before we go any further, assuming this is real, this literally just dropped 5, 6, 7 minutes ago at this point. However long it's been. Literally right before I hit this, I saw it hit my feed, and I was like, wait. But, supposedly we just lost Nichelle Nichols. And it's probably real. And that sucks, as it always does. So I just wanted to take a moment to remember Nichelle Nichols, who was by all accounts a pretty awesome woman. And while they never really gave her a lot to do with Uhura, well, doesn't stop her from being awesome, does it? Now I'm going to tell a stupid joke. Captain's log. Stardate 9522.6. I've never trusted Klingons, and I never will. I can never forgive them for the death of my game.
Ah, I have discovered the location of the evidence we need to clear our names. Obtaining that data, however, will be difficult. For one, it is stored in a secure facility in the Gorath system. For another, it is held within a system that utilizes cutting-edge data security. Security that goes even beyond my abilities. Fortunately, I happen to know a very talented specialist that can assist us. For the right price. I've arranged a meeting at Shangdu on Nimbus 3. Meet me there, and bring old Martok with you. We can always use some extra muscle.
Yeah, damn a car and his 150-year-old computers. They're just too good! They're too good for us.
This place smells like violence and vice. I can see why Adet Paw enjoys it. Indeed. This place doesn't hide its purpose behind smiling, half-naked fools and manufactured weather. But enough of that. We need to consider who we're working with and where she's leading us.
It sounds like you have some concerns about Ja'ula, and I don't know. You have to understand, she's the hero, okay? She is the one true savior of us all.
She is Mokai. Only an idiot would not be concerned about her intentions. It is no secret how I feel about Jempak, especially after everything that has happened. But I find myself thinking, we may be replacing one tyrant with another. Should that prove to be the case, I will not hesitate to end Ja'ula's reign as well. Even if it means being the Chancellor again.
Oh my god, dude.
Ha! Do the job for a day, and see if you say the same thing afterward. For now, let's find this witch of Nimbus 3, and see what sort of criminal mischief she's conjured up for us.
Well, let's go stand in line. Alright, let's bypass the line. It's okay, we have a multi-pass.
Welcome to Shangdu, an entertainment experience unlike any other. Brought to you by Madron Enterprises. Would you like to hear about our drink specials?
I'm sorry, Madron Enterprises? I think I missed that last time through.
Why yes, I saw a particularly fearsome-looking Klingon woman arrive earlier. She wasn't interested in the drink specials either.
Maybe after we finished our business.
This is normally where I'd expect a little compensation for letting you cut to the head of the line, but I can see you're not in the mood for a shakedown, so please, go on in and enjoy your Shangdu experience.
Thank you for your understanding. Well, let's see what he's done with the place. Well, it looks almost identical. Suspiciously identical. Like, scarily identical to how it used to look.
Well, hello. I like the way you're put together, stranger. Buy a girl a drink?
Sorry, I'm looking for a Klingon woman.
Oh, bit too rough for my tastes. Klingons. Male or female. Afraid I haven't seen any Klingon women recently. But if you change your mind, I'll be around.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm not into short women. Anyway, so... I think there's actually a couple new people here, as I'm looking around. But there's still a lot of Nausicaans and a lot of Klingons. And quite a few Gorn. Let's see. Who looks like... Aha! Morn! Morn, have you seen a Klingon woman tonight? Thanks. Enjoy your night, Morn. Alright, what else we got here?
Now's really not a good time for me. Whoever you are,
Sorry, I was just looking for a Klingon woman.
try Kronos. Place is full of them. Look, I haven't been right since the Iconians hit my planet. Unless you got a nice hit of Axonol for me to numb the pain. Please, just leave me alone.
Well, that's actually really freaking dark and out of nowhere. I'm just gonna pretend we didn't hear that.
Hey, you! Listen, I need you to help me settle a little bet here with these ruffians.
Well, actually, I was looking for a Klingon woman.
I ain't no Klingon. Something wrong with your eyes? Listen, I say that the Cash and Quas got the best pitcher in the league. And these hooligans say that, oh no, it's the Vulcan team's got the best pitcher. Help me out, pal. Who's right here? Me or them?
To my knowledge, you are correct.
See? I told you Cash and Quos are the best. Now pay up. One shot of the best Tranya in our house. Oh, thanks a lot, pal. You're a real upstanding citizen. Hope you find your Klingon.
Thanks.
Help you with something, stranger?
I'm looking for a Klingon woman.
As a matter of fact, I have. She's over in the VIP section with some rough customers. Syndicate, if I were to guess.
Thanks.
Saw her kick some fella in his tender parts a while ago. Found out the hard way it ain't wise to rile up a Klingon gal. Just saying, she might be in a mood. Tread lightly, you know.
Thanks again. No, that guy wasn't actually Klingon, but lol, for the reference, Mike Romano. Have you seen the score update, Trithon? On the HUD? Because, yeah.
And here they are at last. Did you get a little distracted by the local talent on the way here?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
Ha! This place isn't as wild as it used to be when Hassan and the Syndicate called the shots. Back then, the place was actually interesting. Speaking of the Syndicate,
Did you speak up?
introductions are in order. This is Var, Captain of the Cold Star.
Captain?
Your reputation precedes you. Have to say, I've never done business with a hero before. Ought to be interesting, at least.
It'll hopefully not be the kind that'll get us killed.
Couldn't agree with you more. The surly, well-armed Orion next to me is Kenya, and the esteemed daughter of Earth there is Wilkins, our information specialist.
Ladies?
Hear that, Kenya? Called us ladies. I like them already.
Okay, once again, I get what you're going for, but why are we dealing with these yahoos instead of anybody else on the face of the galaxy. Why aren't we going to Section 31? Hey, listen. We need some help. We need to get public information about what Jempok's been up to. Yeah, sure. No problem. Why don't we go to what's left of Romulan intelligence, or Dominion intelligence, or Ferengi intelligence, or Cardassian intelligence, or any of them? Because we're literally personally friends with all of them. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, but we're on the run. We're desperate. We're under the gun. You don't understand. We're fugitives. Fugitives, I say.
I'll bet she does. I'm a handy gal to have around. Especially if you're looking to acquire some very secure data from some very cranky folks in a certain empire we all know and love. I gotta say, you don't think small, do you?
Lady, I made peace with the Iconians. And the Hurk. And the future.
With both hands and my feet if I need them. Relax. Our mutual friend the witch here wouldn't have set up this little palaver if she didn't think I was the right gal for the job. I'll get your data. Don't you worry.
That is what I like to hear.
Picking up a lot of EM interference. Could be some sort of disruption field. I think we need to get out of here now.
Hang on. Yep, we're being jammed. Alright, who are we about to kill? Are we about to start another bar brawl in this place? Like,
got incoming!
Yep, no, we're just, that's just our life, it's just bar brawls. Bar brawls for days. Who wants to see me admit some war crimes in the middle of a bunch of innocent tavern goers? Oh my god. You know, what's funny is I was trying to come up with an analogy for how stupid it is that we're declared a traitor to the Empire, and therefore every associated organization treats us like we're a wanted fugitive. But I was having trouble coming up with something appropriately stupid to equate to that. I'm hopeful to finish today, but honestly, we probably won't, Dr. Winter. So, we'll finish tomorrow, at the latest. Yeah, no, there's no equivalence, it's just... It's okay, we had our anti-proton set to stun. Everything's cool.
Yes, the battle is all but won! Keep fighting!
I love the fact that one of the dancer girls has a minigun. That's not a joke. I actually enjoy that. Oh, I'm sorry. Both dancer girls have miniguns.
We're being held. Looks like a local signal.
Well. Having a little trouble contacting your ship? No transporter waiting to beam you up? You can thank me for that, friend. Chancellor Jempok has placed a bounty on your head. Enough latinum to buy a small moon. With that kind of profit on the line, I simply had to turn you into the Klingons. What Ferengi in their right mind wouldn't?
One who didn't want to anger me.
As far as I'm concerned, the wrong Klingons are about to set sail for Sto-vo-kor or Valhalla, or wherever they go when they die. I'm afraid I'm not an authority on the Klingon afterlife.
Madron, how many times have I just absolutely stomped you up until now? Can we just not do this song and dance this time?
I think I'm going to agree to disagree with you on that. Try not to hold it against me. After all, it's just business.
Yep, just throwing grenades. There's a phrase, Madron, I want you to think about. It's called biting off more than you can chew. Now, there's a part of that phrase nobody ever says. It's, then you choke to death. Do you want to choke to death, Madron? Because I can make your dreams come true. I don't think so, Evil Clone. It should be there. I have no memory of that being copywronged, although that was several years ago.
Jempok must be desperate. if he's sending
That
mercenaries
Ferenghi's got
after
this
us.
place locked down tight. Only way we're getting out of here fast is by getting the bypass codes from him.
Or, I have a gun that shoots anti-protons.
As a matter of fact, I do. The little darling's hiding in the arena.
Actually, we have had 3 gameplay positives, Trithon. They've actually done some decent stuff on the gameplay-wise. I'm legitimately impressed. However, we have not had a story positive yet.
I got a splinter in my hacking finger.
Thank you, Warp Core. I was just about to pause for a second to go see what's going on. Hi, Madron. What's going on?
You are my nemesis, my tormentor, the Odo to my Quark. This time, though, I'm going to be rid of you at last. There's no way you'll bypass my disruption field and beam out to safety. Yes, that little challenge is beyond even your skill, Nemesis.
You...
I think not. As soon as the Klingons and I settle that minor disagreement over my pay, I'll let them resume their hunt and finish you off once and for all.
Team?
He'll surrender if we can get past that personal shield of his, but there's no way we're knocking it down with our weapons.
Why not?
We can sabotage the generators that are powering the shield, however.
You mean like shooting them with our weapons?
I believe it's time to release the hounds!
And yeah, Jimpock wasn't even going to pay Madron for all this. Do I need to add anything to any of this? Oh, hey, there's my lightsaber battle. I actually am amused by this more than I would like to admit. All joking aside. You know what? I've decided something. Hang on. Fix it. I know that that axe is cool and all, but I want you to use something else. I want lightsabers. I want every one of my party members to be using lightsabers from now on. Just all lightsabers. All the time.
Let's see how you handle my Mugatos!
Hey, Madron, I want you to look up an economic principle. It's called the sunk cost fallacy.
Ah, Mugatos! So hot right now.
See, what it refers to is a situation in which you presume value of something by virtue of having already spent money on it. And then, therefore, because of the fact that it has value, you waste money going further into it. It's a bit of a psychological trap. I know you've never heard of mental health because you're a Ferengi, but, you know. Yes, more lightsabers. More lightsabers. There's another lightsaber I'm getting after this mission, which I'm totally going to equip on probably Dulcie.
How about a little local flavor? They might sting a little. Ha!
Okay, Madron, you're enjoying this entirely too much. I'm not sure, Dr. Winter. The last time we were in this arena, I don't think we were hacking things to get out. So, in case you're wondering what's going on here, they keep poisoning me. Poison damage interrupts the interactable. Any damage interrupts the interactable. So they keep focusing me on, focusing poison on me, and that keeps making it so that I can't interact with this thing, and they spawn infinitely until I finished interacting with this thing. We're going to try to be over here a little bit. Do it from over here. No, we're good, Justin. In fact, I believe we're done with TFOs for the entire run at this point. There. Nope, got interrupted at the last second. Oh my god. Madron, how many scorpions do you have? Oh my god. Wow. This is actually bad design, like objectively bad design. You make it interactable, which can be interrupted by anything, and then chain spawn enemies which do a dot, which spawn right next to the spot you have to be on in order to interact with this. This is pure RNG. There's nothing to do here. I'm just going to mash F until it works. Because pure random chance is eventually, there we go, is eventually going to succeed. Jesus.
No, no, no! Shield's losing power! Crush them, Squamous! Crush them!
Okay, I do like T-Rexes with mecha armor. I'll give you that one, game. I mean, we never actually got to fight one of these in the Voth battleground, so, you know, it's nice to see him. Now, how Madron got a hold of a Voth battle T-Rex, I'll never know. You know what's funny is based on how often Madron manages to not only bounce back, but get a legitimate business thing going on. It makes me wonder, if he had let go of his little rivalry of us, if he'd actually be doing just fine.
Ah! This is costing me a fortune!
Hi, Madron. How are things?
Well played. But you haven't won yet. With just a push of a button, I'll beam out to my ship and leave you here for whatever bounty hunters or mercenaries that come along.
You realize we could get out really easily, right? We're not in a space station or whatever. We're on a planet. We can go out the front door.
Oh, not much. Other than I've broken through the jamming and, contacted our ships. It appears they've locked their weapons onto Madron's ship in orbit. All of their weapons.
No, so you might be able to beam out, but it's going to be a bit of a short trip, Madron.
You wouldn't dare! You couldn't! Could you?
I mean, you could let us go.
First the Klingons betray me, and now this! I'd have better luck dealing with the Borg. Fine, you win. The field's down. Now get out of my bar!
With pleasure.
Let's get moving before I change my mind and shoot this little Capex for his betrayal.
I'm debating it. It sounds so petty, but I'm almost hesitant to give this story arc a plus. But I do kind of like Madron here.
I've got this new antivirus software. It'll keep all those pesky Federation viruses out of your system. Yeah, it's McCarthy. McCarthy. From the Anti-Norton. think.
If the Ferengi hasn't told Jempak and Imperial Security where we are by now, I'll eat cold, dead gagh. We need to get moving.
Question. Why didn't we use that to our advantage? Why didn't we sit here with a fleet of our allies and say, oh no, we're here looking for help? And then Jumphawk shows up like, aha, I have you now. What is this giant fleet?
As ready as possible under the circumstances, Nimbus 3 has become considerably more inhospitable, and it wasn't terribly pleasant to begin with.
By the way, have you started to notice something? It was kind of true in the last story, but it's getting more true the further into this we get.
The crew of the Cold Star stands ready. Some of us a little more than others.
No.
What can I say? This caper's gonna be a real peach. Hell, I'd have signed up just for the bragging rights. Well, that said, the latinum we're getting for this is gonna spend mighty nicely. Think I might spend the entire summer on Risa. Y'all seen those cute little statues they got there? Whew! Girl can get into all sorts of mischief with one of those.
Welcome to beautiful Risa. Yeah, how much latinum are we needlessly spending on this?
The Lucara is engaging the enemy ahead. I see no need for Jaula to claim all the glory for herself. Prepare for battle! Kapla!
Wow. There's just something about that. We're defending the Lucara. Alright. I'm not made of stone. Plus to story, Madron. One story positive so far. Color me impressed. So, I'm going to keep pointing it out as we go, but I just want you to pay attention as I point this out over and over and over again, okay?
We must act quickly. I was able to jam transmissions from the loyalist vessels, but one of the cowards managed to escape the battle. It will not be long before he returns with reinforcements. Good. Meet me at the following coordinates within the facility.
Do you think it's wise to follow us?
I am not a leader who hides behind their allies like Jempak. If the key to his defeat lies in that stronghold, I will be there to seize it. Do I make myself clear?
Sure.
If you two targs are done growling at each other, we have work to do on Gorath. At it, Pa. Remain in orbit on Overwatch. With luck, we'll get what we need before the entire Empire comes to end us.
The whole thing? Wow, that'd be a feat.
This place used to be a stronghold for House Torg. I recognize the lingering stench of cowardice and dishonor.
Yeah, it belongs to the Imperial Security Forces now.
We can mock our enemies later, General. Until then, we have work to do.
Yeah, about that. I took a little peek at the data flow around here, and I've located a prime access point. It's not far. I should be able to get what we need there.
Should I even ask how you can access the data to track which direction the data is flowing in order to find where you need to physically link in to the data to interact with the flow? Like, I feel like I'm not properly explaining how stupid that is. Hi, Robostal. You know, I've been thinking about this. That render I had you doing for me. Instead of a pink buffalo, could I have like a really, really deep blue, like T-Rex? That shouldn't be too hard to change, right? Oops. Die. Die. Welcome, Robostal, to the Klingon Stupid. You haven't really noticed this.
Tight. I handled it.
In fact, could someone do me a quick favor? Could someone count how many negatives these last 2 missions have gotten so far to story? Because I'm not sure the exact number, but I'm honestly curious. Oh, it's bad,
Another
dude.
blast door unlocked.
It's bad.
You're welcome. There's our console. Back there in the corner. All right, all right, all right. Here we go, folks. Stand back and watch this magic happen. Oh, and if you don't mind, please keep any uninvited guests from putting a disruptor blast in my back while I work. I'd be much obliged.
No promises. I think you're right, Flegant, but I'm not sure of the specifics. I mean, in all fairness, I could probably alt-tab to go check, so I'll just do it myself. What do we got here? Negatives. We are up to a grand total of 13 just for these couple of quests. The reason for the discrepancy is because Measure of Morality wasn't great either. Still, 13 for 2 quests is insane. Like, anybody who knows my system knows, that's bad. That's really, 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 really bad. I'd probably rather do Mandible than this. Oh, so one of the abilities of my kit...
Learning just how dangerous we are. Ah!
One of the things about my kit is every time I use an ability, I have a chance to summon a random other ability from the Ryzian's kits, of which there are quite a few. And one of them is the Volcanic Eruption of Death. There's actually 2. Magma Flow something.
Which one?
And the floor is lava. I'm not sure which one that one is. That's Kira White Nose is absolutely correct. These quests operate on the very old narrative law of shut up. A narrative law so old it predates writing. Like, I want you to picture, way back in the day, a bunch of people around a rock, or around a fire, sitting on rocks. And then, I lifted the elephant over my head, and someone jumps in. How did you lift the elephant over it? Because shut up, Larry. God. So, give me the bad news.
Yeah. Bad news is they broke it up, stored it in several systems here. This here's the first system. I need to crack the next one to get to the rest of the goods.
What's the good news?
Well, the good news is I extracted some of the data you were looking for. It's encrypted, but I can crack that later. Ready to move on, boss?
Sure. You like hold the line missions, right? Right? You've seen that meme? I'm sure you have. It's actually one of my favorite templates for memes, in all honesty. Where it's Anakin and then Padme and then Anakin and then Padme, right? You know that one. So, Anakin's like, I've got a bunch of new missions for Star Trek Online. Padme's like, but there's something other than hold the line missions, right? Anakin. There's something other than hold the line missions, right? Hang on. I guess I go this way. Somewhere? Oh, there it is. God, I didn't even see that door. That's on me.
Console's behind that big door, at the end of the hall.
But yeah, we lost Nichelle Nichols. Which turbo sucks.
Here we go again, folks. You know the drill. Keep me safe, get your data. I like the keep me safe part more myself.
No, I haven't, Mike Kamano. It's still being a thing. The thing that I asked you to observe is still happening, if that makes you feel any better. Yeah, losing Nichols sucked. I don't have anything else to add to that. No clever words, no witticisms. That sucked. You know what I love about these hold the line missions? There's no enemy troops in the entire area. You catch that? We just run around freely. No patrols, no nothing. The second we start trying to download some data, hundreds of Klingons start being beamed in. Just, are you watching how many droves of these people I am brutally killing? Just brutally. With war crimes.
Klingon intelligence must have lowered their standards to let these fools join their ranks.
Oh, you squirrely son of a bitch.
Problem?
Yes, definite problem. Some sneaky bastards in the system with me. They shunted the last bit of data before I could grab it.
Okay.
It ain't all bad. I managed to lock the network down before they could get it out or delete it. It's stuck in another system, though. If we hurry, we can get to it before whoever's blocking me does.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's not how data transfer works on any level. But I'm going to let it go. I know you've never heard of technology before. George Takei is still around. Isn't he? And, Walter Koenig. And that's it. Yeah, I started freaking out for just a second, like, oh god! Did I miss that?
Like that locked door is gonna stop me. Huh.
Still love the throne.
Jempok wants them alive. Deny them an honorable death.
You realize I'm a Betazoid, right? I don't really care how I die. In fact, my 4 bots are all human.
I think our last console's behind that door on the right-hand side. Gonna need an extra set of hands here. Our mysterious friend might try to stop me, and I need one of you to run interference for me in the upper security system while I get the data.
Okay. Wait, people play non-Klingon characters? What? Yeah, do me a favor and remember that, Trathon, because that's going to come up hopefully later today. I love how we bypass security by beaming it with, like, tunneling it with a laser. I know it's probably not what we're supposed to be doing in lore, but I love the idea that it's like, all right, let me bypass security.
Do you have it? Did you extract the final evidence?
That's...
We got it all right, but the other side knows we did too. You ask me, it's time to get out of here while the getting's good. We can't beam out of here. Room's heavily shielded. Might have better luck in the room just outside, though.
Then why are we standing around in here?
And so your treason, your dishonor grows.
Oh no, we're barely surrounded.
I suppose I should thank you. The evidence you've collected will help me keep Jumpak in line. After I take it from your corpses, of course.
So remember that guy, because he's stupid. Not as stupid as that, though.
Like my pet?
It has half your looks and twice your brains.
Ah! At least I have both my eyes, old man. Training Targs for battle has been a family specialty for centuries. According to legend, my ancestors could fire lightning from their eyes. With this power, they tamed the first wild Targs. Primitive, superstitious nonsense. Ah, but in battle, such nonsense can be most effective. As you are about to learn.
Mahri! You dishonor your house and your people!
Chula, the adults are talking.
Deepest pit in Grethor and leave you to rot!
You will do little more than fill the belly of my beast, matriarch. You will never live to see the day where I am the Chancellor, the dawn of my empire. Kill them. Make sure the beast is well fed before you return. We will not meet again. Die well.
I mean, good design, Robostal. Like, there's so many different directions you could take that you could vary up the types of enemies. You could make it so that there's some kind of actual tax on the team for having operate long term, like maybe you're out of resources or health or whatever. Or maybe you actually just don't fight that many enemies. Or maybe they bring way more enemies, or just there's just so many different ways to fix that. It's actually insulting primarily because it's such an easy fix. Then it's dumb. Yeah, I don't want to bother my future self here. I think they could have redeemed Jula as a character. I'm not sure they could have redeemed her, like, to make her a good person. That's a little different.
Come, I will give you a good death. A warrior's death.
Now, the irony of that is all the enemies we were fighting were named Warrior. That was their enemy name.
We have the evidence of Jimpok's crimes, but it still needs to be revealed to each and every Klingon.
So how do you do that?
Once I am back on the Lucara, I will breach security on one of the comsats in orbit over Gorath. After that, I will transmit the evidence of Jimpok's crimes throughout the Empire.
No, personal shields are a thing in lore. They just tend to be ignored for the sake of stupid drama.
I think I can quicken that up considerably. I've seen enough of their code to crack one of their comsats like an egg.
That is acceptable. Your assistance will be appreciated, Wilkins, and well rewarded. Enough talk. The means to end Jimpok's reign is in our grasp. It is time we put it to use. Kapla!
Have you been noticing it, by the way? Don't worry, it's not a visual thing, my kimono.
Lucara is is in position. We are about to begin the process.
And by we, she means me. Hi! First time I've ever been on a Klingon ship, and it's nice and all, but I could do without all the red lights. Makes me nervous.
So, is that gonna impair your work?
After what we just went through, this'll be a walk in the park. But seriously, keep the Lucara in one piece and everything will work out just fine.
Check your long-range sensors. A fleet of Klingon vessels is approaching at high warp. I doubt they are coming for Bloodwine and Gach.
This pathetic crusade of yours ends here and now, fools.
Did you just come personally?
Here saves me the trouble of hunting him down.
A Jempok for the Empire! Kabla!
By the way, we've already disabled his ship.
Lucara is taking enemy fire!
It's invincible, so it's okay. It's got the essential flag. But I just wanted to share that really quick.
Warriors of House Hawkeye, defend the matriarch!
This is the Lucara. Immediate assistance is required.
Now consider about 20 of those negatives are from the last 4 quests, Uthor. That's not an exaggeration. I think it's actually 22 since we started the Measure of Morality stuff, which was today.
The Lucara is taking enemy fire!
You're fine. God, you're so whiny.
The Lucara is taking enemy fire! Diverging power to defense systems. Request covering fire at our position.
We start with House Lokai. Death to Jempok.
Yay, Gorn.
This is the Lucara. Immediate assistance is required.
What can I say? We like Lady Ju'ula's outfit more than Jempok.
And the Orions. Well, some Orions.
Diverging power to defense systems. Request covering fire at our position. The Lucara is taking enemy fire!
Oh my god.
This is the Lucara. Immediate assistance is required.
God damn it, Rolostel. It's okay, we'll probably only ever have the one that we've already had.
The Lucara is taking enemy fire! Diverging power to defense systems. Request covering fire at our position. This is the Lucara. Initiating data transmission now.
Oh, you have something else to say. Holy crap.
I speak now to all within the Klingon Empire. Bear witness to the treason of Jempok, the true mastermind behind the attack at Kittimer.
Fire the weapon.
That is Jempok's vessel. He fired the weapon.
This dishonor must be avenged! Bah! Nothing but more Mokai lies! Neither Jempok nor Cha'ula is fit to lead! I will not follow either of them into battle!
The Empire has lost its way. Helm, set a course for home. Our house must secure its own path forward. Alone.
So, credit where credit is due. I like what happens here.
They are leaving. They abandon us.
Cowards! Traitors all! The great houses have lost their honor. It does not matter. The Empire has no need of a High Council. All it needs is an Emperor.
Yeah, so the Klingon Empire just kind of shattered like an egg.
Was won, but the alliance of the great houses, my brother's greatest work,
Oh, shut up about your goddamn Hitler brother.
is lost.
The battle is over. Yet the victory we have earned is bereft of glory. This has taken a toll on Lady Ja'ula. I believe she has suffered a crisis of faith. We must leave this place before Emperor Jumpok sends more of his rabid targs to attack.
But yeah, this makes a degree of sense. So, news has come out that the Chancellor Jimpuk is horrifically evil. Nobody's surprised by it. Some people say, no, I'm going to stick with him. Some people side with her, Ja'ula. And most people just say, we're just going to do our own thing. And if we're being honest with ourselves, if the Klingon Empire just became the Klingon houses, that would probably be a good thing long term. Hell, that'd probably be a good thing short term.
Jimbok, in his first act as Emperor, has dismissed the High Council. The alliance of the great houses forged by Tukuvma has been shattered. Those who have not sworn fealty to Jimbok have split to pursue their own agendas. Only a scant few still stand with House Mokai. Lady Ja'ula believes she must follow in her brother's footsteps and seek the wisdom of the monks on Boreth. Only there, she will discover what must be done to restore the Empire and defeat Jumpok. Now that our names have been cleared, we can move openly again within the Empire.
Oh, great!
I will contact you when the time comes to travel to Boreth.
Our names were cleared amongst the Alliance, right? Shut up, Padme. Amongst the Alliance, right? So, yeah, no, I agree. We're actually going to give an additional negative. It's only one. That whole story arc was actually one of the more decent ones. But it's a negative for the fact that this whole time, all of a sudden, the Klingon Empire is the only faction that exists. But I'm still building up to the other thing, which is still happening, by the way. Look, I gotta be real. The Federation would jump on this, Alliance or no. And I firmly believe that the Federation are filled with generally decent people. And I still think they'd look at this and be like, you know, maybe we should actually get involved and sway this a little bit. You know what I mean? So, who's ready to get even worse?
In order to restore her faith in the Empire, in being Klingon, Matriarch Ja'ula is going to the monastery on Boreth. Long ago, her brother Tukuvma was a monk. And it is on Boreth where he began his journey on the path to greatness. Ja'ula hopes to do the same, that she can follow in his footsteps and save the Empire before Jumpok destroys it.
Lady, the Empire is dead. The feathers are ruffled. We're there. Past tense. Jesus Christ. And could you stop mentioning Takuma for 5 seconds? Oh my God. It's just a little shattered. It's still good. It's still good. Come on. Hi, TSB. Welcome to hell. Yeah, just slap some duct tape on there. There we go. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, smear some Vaseline on the lens. Nobody will tell the difference.
Your arrival is timely. Several ships from rival Klingon houses are fighting to control this system, despite its long standing as neutral ground within the Empire. I will not see this sacred place brought under the heel of any house, great or small.
This is a petty squabble between packs of rabid targs. Nothing more. Let them growl and gnash their teeth. There are more important matters waiting to be resolved. We should ignore them and proceed to the monastery, my lady.
Hold up. That ship she's in is from 150 years ago. I'm in a dreadnought that dwarfs a galaxy and makes a sovereign look small. Why is this 150-year-old ship this colossal death doom? Like, what?
No, I will not abide this. I will show them the error of their ways and give them the chance to leave this place with honor. Should they refuse, I will meet them in battle.
Perhaps your words will reach these curs, Jeweler, but I'll keep my weapons ready.
Do you hear that? She's doing the honorable thing. She's doing the right thing, no matter the cost, no matter the logic, no matter the reality.
But that is a language we all speak very well.
Klingon
if
vessels.
necessary.
This is Matriarch Jaula of House Mokai. You dishonor yourselves and your houses by fighting at this sacred place. In the name of Kalis, I ask you now to stand down and leave the system. Remember who you are.
This mass-murdering genocidal screwhead is appealing to their better nature.
So, the great Jaula comes to Boreth. I am surprised you have the nerve to show your face, woman. And you travel with Martok. He carries the sword of Kalis. A true Klingon warrior could seize the throne of the Emperor with such a weapon. No, I will not stand down, but I will give you and that old fool a warrior's death.
Is anybody going to point out the fact that Martok has the sword of Kalis?
Bold words. If you think you can take the sword from this old fool, by all means try.
Like, I get that he just mentioned it, but, like, it has had no significance.
I will finish what Jempok started, Martok. I will end you. That weapon will be mine, and mine alone.
As targs go, this pack is particularly weak and whiny. I think we've shown them the error of their ways. I'm sure they'll regale their ancestors with this precious knowledge once they arrive in Stovacor. Now, let's get on with it and do what we came here to do.
For once, I find myself in agreement with Martok, my lady. We have wasted enough time. We should go to the monastery now.
Very well. We shall proceed before we find ourselves having to deal with more dishonorable Bachtak.
We should be cautious. Jimpok may seek to curry favor with the monks as well.
Indeed. Their words hold weight for many throughout the Empire.
I would ask you to...
Can we get on with this, please?
...to be disturbed in the monastery. Should more of these fools arrive,
What's more,
I'd like you to explain our need for privacy to them, with weapons, if necessary. And if it is Jempok who comes to disrupt things, feel free to begin with weapons.
My brother walked these halls. May I find a path forward here, as he once did.
You notice who we're playing as now?
Save the Empire.
Like, you caught who we're playing as now, right?
We must be cautious. If the monks are loyal to Jimpok.
They are not. We're still breathing. If these halls were the home of traitors, we'd be on our way to Tovakor by now.
Matriarch Je'ula, General Martok, Captain Adetpa. Come forth. We have many things to discuss.
Yep, honorable suicide.
Let's see what the monk has to say.
Now, in fairness, TSB, the roleplay concept, which is what we call this over at FF14, Lotro actually invented the concept, but anyways, the idea of playing someone else has a lot of benefits. There's a lot of good, positive reasons to go ahead and go with something like this. It allows you to change up your loadout, give you unique abilities and skills, and just play with it. WoW, FF14, Lord of the Rings Online, several MMOs have done this. So the concept itself is good and proven. Yeah, we did this in Quark's Lucky 7. But we're playing as Je'ula, and her abilities suck. Like, she's got her basic attacks, and then she's got an overload blast, which is a grenade, and an exploit attack. That's it. Yeah, they had to give her an infinite large hypo with a 15-second cooldown just to make her reasonable.
You know our names, Timekeeper. What is yours?
This is probably the best time to go ahead and point out the thing I've been pointing out for this entire story arc. Where's the main character? Oh, that's right. We're not here because this isn't our story. I know I've said this several times before, but I want to stress that I'm not speaking facetiously or as a meme or as a joke or whatever. We, the PC, are not part of this story arc. And if you've been paying attention, I've been slowly voicing our dialogue less and less because it is so irrelevant that if you eject it entirely, most of the times, you don't even notice. We are literally not part of the narrative. We are along for the ride. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But given the way it's structured and designed, and the fact that we already have precedents for giving a negative for this exact same thing, because this was a problem in several story arcs in FF14 as well, I think this deserves its own separate negative. Because we're just sitting... a lot of the cutscene incompetence and the stupidity of what's happening could be solved by the fact that we're here. But the story is presuming we're not. Why did we have to be on the run for the Klingon Empire with no, backers? Because she was. Because Je'ula and her people were on the run from the Klingon Empire, who didn't have the Alliance backing, who didn't have the personal connections to the Nagus, or to the Romulans, or the Cardassians, or the Dominion, or anybody else. She filled that narrative slot. Us being there hurts the narrative. And that's the exact same mistake FF14 made. It would make a story centered around someone else, but it would insist we were being here, because it's a game, and it wouldn't meld these two ideas properly together. We are an observer, and it's actually harming things. it's leaning in that. What MLP did is a much less severe version of what I'm talking about, Ross. But it is the same concept, yes. I hope I do too, Scatteray. I hope the Terran arc finishes someday, and we can actually go through the whole thing. Anyways, so now I'm just going to shut up because I'm no longer here. It's just these people.
I am Tenavik, son of Vok. My grandmother was of House Morkai, and my mother served your noble brother with honor, as you well know. But once I was a son of none, like my father before me, and the child you lost.
That is a secret I buried with my child. How do you know of it?
Not answered.
House Morkai is not the only holder of secrets, matriarch. Now, if you are here to seek sanctuary from your enemies, I cannot grant it.
That is not why I am here. I seek the wisdom of the ages, like Takuvma before me.
I have spoken to many here with fire in their eyes. The same fire I now see in yours. They enter with conviction, always. They leave broken, always.
Under other circumstances, we could speak of such things for days. Unlike you, time is a luxury we do not have. So I shall be blunt. Will you help us or not?
Hold up, that's Sam Witwer? Hang on. Let me double check to make sure that's who I think it is. Yeah, no, that's him. Wow. Man's got some range. I mean, Witwer's legit, so that's awesome. Does a lot of Star Wars stuff. Yeah, there he is. Tenavik. Huh. I love how many of his acting credits are for Emperor Palpatine. It's games and shows, but still. He voices Palpatine a lot. Anyways.
If you stand prepared to pay the cost for what you seek, I will assist you in finding it. Follow me. Come this way.
Well, Sam Witwer just got bonus points in my mind since he plays STO. Witwer, I'm sorry you voiced a character in a terrible, terrible story arc, but you're still awesome in my book.
Our path lies beyond these doors.
Second to most recent retro. The most recent one just started this year and is currently ongoing.
Open these doors that we may proceed. Continue through these doors.
Right.
You are unfit to carry the sword of Kalis, Martok!
You dishonor yourself. For this, you will suffer.
Of course she fights Akimbo. Why wouldn't she? She's cool. She's the hero.
We have arrived. Your enemies are a bold and desperate lot to violate the sanctity of this place. Perhaps their deaths will be a warning to any other fools who would dishonor themselves so.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that there's no shortage of fools willing to fight in a burning house.
Indeed. Thus we shall remain vigilant. When you are ready, you can conduct the ritual and seek the guidance you desire.
He's almost off the camera. Oh, there, he stopped. I'm actually going to let it sit there and see how far he goes. Alright. Well, you know what this means. It's time to go to hell. Wait, we're not in hell.
Where are the others, Tanavik? What is happening?
Patience, matriarch. What you seek will be revealed in time.
It is not possible. And yet, you stand before me now. Kalis, the unforgettable.
And you are Ja'ula, matriarch of House Mokai. Long has it been since your bloodkin came to this chamber, seeking the wisdom of great rulers long dead. And now it is your turn, it seems. Speak! What would you ask of me?
Can you have 5 seconds of talking about her without mentioning her brother?
The Empire is shattered, and a mad tyrant sits upon your throne. How can I repair the damage done, and restore what has been lost?
So much like your brother.
Oh my god. 5 seconds.
He thought he could find it through diplomacy at first. But in the end, well, you were there. You know of his solution, and the price he paid for it. If I am to guide you, I must know your heart. To begin, I will test you against the great evil from our distant past. Fight with honor.
Oh no. To the past.
You seek wisdom? Come then. I have but one lesson to teach. It ends with your death!
Molor, I will send you back to Grethor in pieces!
Can someone do me a favor, check the document super quick while I'm fighting this idiot? Have I already given a negative for Takuma? Oh, right.
Do not lose focus, Ja'ula. Return to your meditation. And
negative for Takuma. Game. Wow. Okay.
Focus, Ja'ul. Again.
Just wow. Okay. What? He's gonna scorpion it up there. Yeah, no wonder they gave her infinite med packs. Thankfully, we have one advantage on our side. The AI is really stupid. Doesn't make it any better balanced, but you know, it's nice.
Well fought! You remind me of your vessel's namesake. Take this in honor of your victory.
I claim this key to the path. Oh my god, I'm just playing Doom now.
We have one foe that challenges all Klingons from birth to death. Ourselves.
And our brothers, like Takuma.
Will bring that challenge to life.
Oh my god. Alright, this is it. This is it. It's time to kill Ja'ula for the first and only time in the game.
To end yourself. One final punishment for all your sins. Are you ready? Let us go to Grethor together.
This is it. The most terrifying and dangerous foe we've ever
Language
fought.
of fear, of defeat. I deny you, spirit. I shall remain Klingon.
Yep, Ja'ula is so amazing, only Ja'ula can kill Ja'ula.
A battle hard fought against a foe most deadly. Kavan, take the key and prepare. Your final trial awaits. A Klingon soul is measured upon death. If it is heavy with dishonor, the barge of the dead will deliver them unto Fek'lhr at the gates of Grethor. However, if they have filled their heart with honor and glory, if they died a good death, then they will be welcomed in Sto-vo-kor.
Really minor thing, but it's Fek'lhr, not Fek'lhr. It's an I, not an L. Now, why am I pointing that out? Because whoever was directing this didn't point out to the actor who was voicing this that that's an I, not an L. And whoever was editing it either didn't catch it or it was too late to actually do anything with it.
I would know if you are worthy to join me and our honored dead. And the one true way to know the measure of a Klingon soul is to meet them in battle.
Oh, I think you know the answer to that, Sarura. In fact, I put it at the exact moment she went from being, a horrifically genocidal villain to the good guy.
This shall be your final trial. Show me you have the heart of a warrior born! Show me you are worthy to walk the halls of Sto-vo-kor!
Okay.
To fight the unforgettable, there is no greater honor for a Klingon!
If you want to defeat me, fight with your blade in hand!
Yeah, okay, fine. Let me hit you with a grenade first. How awesome is Ja'ula? She can be Kahless, who, in addition to being Kahless, also managed to injure an Iconian.
Come on! A glorious battle worthy of song, brave Ja'ula. You have shown me your heart, and it is that of a true Klingon warrior. The 3 keys are yours. Tenavik will know what to do with them. Now go! Bring glory to your house, and to the Empire! Kapla!
You honor me, Kahless. We shall meet again in Sto-vo-kor, and sing songs of glory with the honored dead. Farewell.
Yep, all of that makes sense, right? No, really. That was a vision.
You returned to us. Did you find what you were looking for?
I don't know, Retro Justice. If I had infinite time, maybe. And, money, so I could live. So, let's be real for just a second. That's silly, but ultimately everything that's happening there is thematic, not literal. She has to beat the expectations of dishonor and evil. Then she has to beat herself. Then she has to go and she has to beat Kahless. Woo. But again, it's all a vision.
I saw Kahless. He tested me, and I was not found wanting. I was told to give these keys to you, Tenavik. Kahless said you would know their use.
I do. This is unexpected, but I shall abide. Though you have passed the trials of Kahless, your guidance here is not complete. There is still more for you to learn.
Would this involve a time crystal, by chance?
I would know more of your meeting with the man whose blade I carry. Was it actually him? Or some sort of hallucination?
It was a vision.
It was he. The one called the Unforgettable. I faced him in battle, and I have the bruises to prove it. There will be time to speak of Kalis later. For now, we will follow Tanavic to our next destination.
She literally has bruises from fighting a vision. And she has physical keys from getting them in a vision. Please remember that. It's going to come up very shortly. Also, as a quick aside, I would love it if she was like, I have the bruises to prove it. And then, like, the camera jumps to 10 seconds ago when she was high on the mushrooms and just running around beating herself on the rocks, and that's where the bruises come from.
Come this way.
Bonk. Oh, Catalyst, I'll get you. Bonk.
Yeah, the monk slipped 3 keys into her pocket. Bonk.
Matriarch, an enemy fleet has arrived. It looks like Gempox.
Signal is jammed. We can expect their troops soon. Be ready to fight.
Good. Perhaps Gempox will lead them himself, and we can put an end to all this.
By the way, hi, Eric. Did you end up picking up Xenoblade Chronicles 3? If so, you gotta tell me how it is. I haven't even bought it yet. I mean, you don't have to, but, you know. By the way, you can't auto-fire these when you're playing a roleplay, so you have to mash 1 to do stuff like this. So it's actually irritating to play as her, in addition to just being irritating because of who we're playing. I just wanted to point that out. Hi, Evo. You missed some stupid, which is funny because I have a feeling you wouldn't be bothered by it as much as I am. We just had a vision which gave us keys and bruises. Tanavic, can you, like... Okay, whatever. Yeah, running around with the Blade of Kalis, which, like, just absolutely curb stomps people, with special abilities like a big old whirlwind that sucks people in, or maybe, like, you fling the blade out like a boomerang for a bit. Like, I can think of all sorts of cool stuff you can do with that, but no. We get her under frickin' akimbo. Yeah, we got high for a minute, Evo. You gonna open the door? Oh my god, you're not gonna open the door? Okay. Oh, trust me, this gets so much worse. You haven't 100%ed Forbidden West yet? Yes, we're playing as Jaula. Yes, that Jaula. Jaula the Great. Jaula the Wonderful. And you thought I was being facetious when I said she was the main character. Or maybe exaggerative. No, I was speaking exceptionally literally. Come on. Oh, for God's sakes. Hang on, let me kill 50 people. Effortlessly.
Attack!
Her brother! Yeah! Oh, man. Jaula's brother is just... Whew, you know what I mean? If he was here, man, this would all be dealt with already. What are they doing? Takuvma was really so for those. Let's non-exaggeratedly, non-jokingly. Takuvma was really big on purity, and on enforcing a state of total war upon the Klingon people, so that the Klingon Empire could survive. He was manipulative, a liar, deceitful. Would go out of his way to do something like, just to name a random example that we've seen in this game, he would say, "Yes, I have come to speak at peace with you." And then he would go out of his way to destroy you and your entire ship, killing hundreds in the process, to spit on your peace. Just to provoke you into attacking him, because again, total war. He was also a cannibal, and a religious zealot, on top of everything else.
continue through these doors.
So if you wonder why I keep getting angry about them venerating Takuvma, that's why. Like, they've literally attributed the creation of the Klingon Empire to him, which is wrong on several levels. Darth Takuvma the Wise. You know? I don't even care, Trithan. I do not care. At a certain point, I stopped being, like, accepting of the nonsense, because you're shoveling crap down my throat with a gigantic, like one of those snow shovels, you know? The ones that are like this wide. You're just shoveling that crap down my mouth. And at a certain point, if I'm like, oh, this is awful, and you're like, well, hang on, no, I actually put a little bit of mint in there to help you out. I don't care anymore. Because you're still shoveling crap down my throat.
Beyond this door lies a bridge. Upon it are 3 pillars. They are unlocked with the keys you earned in the trials.
Oh my God.
As I unlock the pillars, there will be 3 challenges.
Tell me of the first challenge.
You will be haunted by spirits from your past. Should they catch you, they will come forth and attack.
Tell me of the second challenge.
The present will do what it can to chain you in place, and the weight of time will take its toll upon your body.
Tell me of the third challenge.
The future can be a minefield. If you run blindly into it, you may find yourself caught in its blast. Thus, you must be wary.
Trials, challenges, is everything you do so complicated, Tenavik?
It has been so since the time of Kailash, General. It is our duty to honor the traditions of our ancestors.
You mean your ancestors who were poets and farmers?
We know what we need to do. Let's get to it.
I'm just pointing out they're being awfully selective about this. Oh, God, Evo. Whoa, that was weird. Hello? Hello? Okay, whatever. Time to cross the bridge of time. Because, of course, Klingons have time crystals, which... Can we just not even talk about that? Can we not even acknowledge that? Let's just not even acknowledge the fact that the clans have time crystals.
Tenavik requires protection.
I must keep my focus.
That is not Tenavik's phase game. There's been so much lack of polish in this. I know. This was when COVID was out. And that's an understandable problem. But the gap just in polish, in details, in attention to bothering is stark. That's it. Takuvma was the dyad. But he's just one person. He's just that amazing. Yeah, so I've said this before and I'll say this again. I don't know what caused this story arc to be so terrible. Like, behind the scenes. Everything I've been saying is pure speculation. I would like to know someday what the hell they were smoking when they made this god-awful piece of trash. Like, you know what this is? This is us playing Fail Badon. Except he has a redemption arc where he becomes the hero. I believe this was during, because we're at like late 2020, early 2021 at this point. I didn't know that, Sorura. That's kind of awesome, actually. By the way, did you notice these are hold the line missions? Hold the line, hold the line. Do nothing but hold the line. The future is a minefield of hold the line missions. Like, you know, they're like, here's the 3 trials. But also, hold the line. The future is the world is a line field. Oh, come on, that was clever. Give me some credit. This is actually starting to hurt my hand a little bit. Just a little. But, like, I can notice, and if I had to keep doing this for a long period of time, this would probably cause me actual pain. Having to do this constantly. Just constantly.
The path forward lies beyond these doors.
Yeah, that's great. Time crystals. Nope. We're good. Not even gonna comment on it. Time crystals.
I see I can still rely on you to do the hard work, Matriarch, that I might reap the benefits.
Do you want to kill him, or shall I?
Tread lightly, old man. This room is filled with time crystals. The monks might be displeased if any of them came to harm.
The only thing about to come to harm is you, Tachkek!
Yeah, how did he get in here? Also,
in a room full of time, yours is about to run out.
Okay, you thought all night about that one, didn't you?
Out of time, traitor!
Anyways, so, like, okay. Bear with me on this, alright? So you have crystals that tell time. They are visions of the future, right?
Before you die, you will experience bees! I swear it!
I don't want to experience bees. Is that cool?
You first. I've experienced more than my share of bees.
Okay, TMI, buddy.
A typical woman, dancing when you should be fighting!
Anyways.
Are your transporters standing by, weakling?
Oh, I'm about to die here. I mean, O'Reilly's great, but a car is not. Anyways, so bear with me. You have a crystal full of time visions, and people can just beam in here. You can just beam in. That's a thing you can do. Even if you couldn't beam in, you could probably fight your way in. Like, there's just a bunch of doors and locks preventing you from getting in. So...
Another time, another battle!
You're trying to tell me that in the hundreds of years since people knew about this place, no one at any faction or anything ever has ever come here and tried to interact with, steal, or use the time crystals.
The wind does not respect a fool, and neither do I.
I'm done. We're good.
His good fortune won't last forever.
Yeah, let me
when
pose
we
for the camera.
And we win.
Super
It is
amazing.
he who shall experience bees.
Oh my god, please stop saying that.
This chamber is impressive. For a room filled with temporal weapons.
An interesting perspective. In this chamber, there is a crystal meant for Lady Jaula alone. When used, it will show her fate. should she continue on her current path.
So, I'm sorry, Junk Girls, you're telling me the only person in the history of the ever who ever used the time crystals was one rogue Starfleet operative?
Not all are fated for greatness, and the truth is difficult for the mind to bear. And should you take the crystal from here, your fate will be sealed forever.
Very well. I will find the time crystal and experience Beige.
A warning, matriarch. The present is a veil between anticipation and horror. Lift the veil, and madness may follow.
Pretty sure she's already mad, so... That's a good shot of Praxis, I agree. No, Martok. No, other people. Worf's there. We're there for some. Hey, look, we're back in the game, everybody. I mean, she would take a total rewrite, Evo. We've kind of talked about that. She would take erase everything and rewrite from scratch. Yeah, what could kill me? I'm a freaking Q. But let's destroy Kronos first.
Ah! No! No! No!
Okay, credit where credit is due. I like the audio effect here. Don't even ask, Dr. Winter. Don't even ask. Hang on, she's gonna explain in just a second. Don't worry, it's worse than whatever you're thinking.
Matriarch! Lady Juula, are you well? What did you see?
What you have seen is for you alone.
First I saw the end. The end of Kronos and the Empire. I then saw a matriarch of flames emerge from a pit. She held aloft the sword of Kalis, and all accepted her leadership. The houses of the Empire stood united once more.
A matriarch. A fitting description of you as leader of House Mokai.
Perhaps, but the sword is Martok's to wield, not mine. The fire pit seemed to be on Kronos, but I know of no such place. If it is there, it is well hidden.
Such visions can mix metaphor and reality in the minds of those who witnessed them. And yet, I believe I know what must be done.
Yes, I would like to hear an explanation of all that as well, especially as the one who currently carries the Sword of Kalis.
Your concern is understandable. I will explain once I believe it is safe to do so. Your enemies may be preparing another attack as we speak. Come. All will be revealed soon.
Now, I'm going to be extraordinarily generous here and not ding the time crystals for existing, or their usage as a narrative ploy. Because ultimately, it's just kind of whatever, you know? However,
today, I will avenge my brothers!
It's time to find another of these assholes.
Alive!
Your brothers died as traitors!
Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. And it's not like they really misuse the time crystals. They're just there to push the plot forward, and honestly, whatever. You can blame Discovery all you want. That's up to you. Look how little damage her special attack does.
Do you hear? Your brothers call to you. Hmm? Join them in death.
Okay, hold up.
So many sons of none have faced similar fates, used as weapons, sacrificed by the sons of houses great and small. I will warn you, brother. We should keep moving. Come with me. Our destination is not far. Come with me, warriors.
You gonna keep up there, Tenevec? Come on, dude. Also, I love that Darth Maul is wielding a two-handed weapon like that. I better have a friggin' bat'leth in this game.
This place. It seems familiar to me. I think I saw it in my vision.
Oh my god, here we go.
That is probably no coincidence, my lady. Tenavik, why have you brought us here?
Some time ago, this chamber was used to create a clone of Kalish the Unforgettable.
Yeah, Kalis II, who died in battle against an Iconian. Kind of badassly, if I might be so bold. Great scene, too.
Why would you bring us here? Do you mean to make another clone of Kalis?
No. The clone of Kalish served the Empire well. He was the warrior we needed then. The clone we mean to bring forth is a warrior fit for today's battles.
Is that wise? Why bring a clone of another long-dead leader to life?
You realize she's from 150 years ago, right?
You know the power of legend quite well, General. The weapon you carry speaks to that. Your objective is noble, but the odds against you are great. With a warrior of legend at your side, your chances for victory grow considerably. Come, we have much to do, and another attack could happen soon.
Hold up. You need a legend of weapon. You need a warrior of legend and a legendary weapon. So you've got Martok, who is a legend, and a victorious general of multiple wars against implacable enemies, who also currently wields the sword of Kales. You've got, much as I hate to admit it, Jula, sister of frickin' Takuvma, who is from the past. Oh yeah, he's also got us, if it really comes down to it. We've killed an Iconian, which, I'm sorry, kind of trumps most of the other stuff in this entire game. But no, we need a legendary warrior from the past. Another one. Another one.
First, I need you to open the cloning pit. Next, open the floodgates.
No, I'm not doing Roman 8. Oh, right. Sorry.
Lava. The fire from my vision?
Lava is critical to cloning.
Is the fire in which we're born. Now, lower the simulacrum. It begins. Come, join me. It won't be long now.
Yeah, this is how you clone people, right? You dip... Whoa! You dip a I can't jump to my death. You dip a simulacra into lava, and that's how you clone people.
Everything is in place. We are prepared to begin the cloning process.
Sure.
Then proceed. Bring your legendary warrior back to us, Tenavik. I look forward to meeting them.
She returns to us.
Pronoun game. Ding. I love how they just keep hyping this up. They've been hyping this up, if you've been paying attention, for pretty much the entire mission.
Mother.
Question. How many of you recognized who this was when you saw her? You'll notice I am not raising my hand. They're really leaning into Discovery with this arc. For good and for bad. Come on. Game. Game.
Laurel. I remember her. How proud she was to stand at my brother's side during the war.
Oh my god, I don't care about your brother. Nobody cares about your brother.
No matter the cost. She was a great and powerful leader. One of the few strong enough to become Chancellor. You chose your legend well, Tenavik.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I
do not understand. She does not wake. Her soul is missing. The body lives, but without the soul. It remains in a state of torpor.
Now, believe it or not, I'm not going to ding this either, because souls have existed since Star Trek 3. Or 2, if you want to get technical. But...
How? How are we to find a missing soul?
The thing is, Spock's soul was something that he deliberately dumped into McCoy. It was right there. We had a copy of it. And if we're being honest with ourselves, there was a degree of logic to that, even if we define the soul as simply a combination of memories or whatever, as opposed to an intangible sense of identity and anchor for the self, if you will. It would still make sense, because it was right there and was put over there. Her soul is completely missing.
There are ways this could be done, my lady. Some of the great secrets known to our house border on the supernatural. I will need to conduct some research at one of our secure facilities to learn more.
I am beginning to see why the people of Nimbus 3 called you a witch. Very well. If this can be done, let us do so, while we still can.
We shall safeguard Lorel within this chamber, while you do what must be done, matriarch.
Guard her well, Tanavik. We will return as soon as we can.
Our ships are ready to beam us up at your command.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If it was Gorkon, I would actually be completely into that. It also makes more sense to me. Gorkon was a legend and a very astute political maneuverer who was just a great leader and a great person in general. He was the perfect Klingon leader for the time he was in, and is probably the single most responsible individual for the prosperity of the golden era of two empires, the Federation and the Klingons. But no, we get Twit-Face McGee. Oh, by the way, Martok is 20 times the legend Lorel is. Maybe even 50. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Think about what Martok has been through. Think about, he was born not of a noble house. He is not of the aristocracy. He is not a blue blood. Crawled his way up the ranks after being slammed down in his career. Became the supreme commander of the entire Klingon Empire during the Dominion War. Successfully won the Dominion War, for certain definitions of the word. I could stop there, and he's already more of a legend than Lorel is, because that's just from the show. Then we add in the things that happened after that, where he became Chancellor and was leading the Klingon Empire to a new, unprecedented era of prosperity before Asshole showed up. And the fact that he survived that, was brought back to fight another war, this time with the Dominion, beating the Zinkethi, again, by the way. Just...
It was, in several ways, though there is more work to be done. I will debrief you once we have dealt with our enemies in battle.
Yeah, married into a great house because his actions caught the eye of his wife, who is where the nobility comes from, before he was a famous general. Helped us stop the Hurk.
My crew tells me you fought well. A compliment not easily earned.
Piss off. Oh yeah, found the Sword of Kalis. Used it to fight the ancient, and you know how much Klingons care about legends. He fought off the Hurk. The Klingon enemies. More than any other enemy that the Klingons have ever had, including the Federation and the Fek'lhr and everything else. He fought off the Hurk with the Sword of Kalis in hand.
I see you managed to kill another son of Nan. No matter. There will always be more. He did what I needed of him. He stalled your advance long enough for reinforcements to arrive, and for that I will honor him. Once I have killed you, of course. You and the rest of that pathetic rabble.
Indeed. And I have grown weary of his vain, empty threats. The time for battle has arrived.
We have bigger things to deal with than a car. But since he has put a fleet in our way, I will be happy to destroy it, and him, before we move on. Fight well.
I'm surprised you aren't running in terror, matriarch.
I leave that to you, Wakar. You are far better at it than I.
Perhaps you remember what it means to be Klingon after all!
We have never forgotten, unlike you, worm!
Whoa there, careful. Some pretty dark insults. I am actually in a Lexington class, classic game over. I kind of hate the look of the thing, but it's a brilliant ship, so I put up with it. It's from the game, classic game over. Although, I think the Odysseys have shown up in something at this point.
I leave you with one final gift, my lady.
Yeah, we're a modified Odyssey to be much better.
We have a problem. Akar's final gift was a new virus, custom made for the Lucara.
Oh my god, the virus.
Systems are failing throughout the ship, including the antimatter containment fields.
Can we not with this virus?
Not in the time we have left. And, thanks to Akar, our escape pods are offline. We are unable to abandon ship.
I'm by for emergency transport. I think I'm actually in the story for once. Just for once. Let's beam over the entire crew of, I don't know, 4,000 people. That should only take a few seconds. There we go. And we're done.
The Lucara warp core is critical. Get out of there!
Yep, that's right. Of the literally, I think it was 7 times we aced that ship. The first time it's finally destroyed is because a virus blows it up from within.
The Lucara.
Excuse me, the virus.
Safely to this time. Served me well in so many battles. To come so far. Achieve so much. Only to be taken from me by a treacherous coward. I will not forget. And I will avenge your loss, Lucara. I swear it.
Yeah, I'm deliberately using a Ferengi skin right now because, honestly, the story arc is so stupid. It doesn't deserve me at my best.
That craven Vec will no doubt call for aid from Jempak, and we have a great task to prepare for. We must leave this place, and soon.
Although, just to show you, this is what my ship actually looks like. Did I leave a shuttle behind? Whoops. Mobby.
I believe the matriarch has a way forward, though not without cost. She is prepared to use what she has learned. But first, there is the matter of Lorel and her missing soul. One day, Ju'ula must go to Konus and confront Jempok, but not today. Where she must go next, I believe that will be a strange journey indeed. I will contact you once I have completed my research. We would be honored to have you at our side for the next challenge that awaits us.
Yeah, whatever. Another story in which I will not really be a part, but, you know, technically I'm there, so that kind of counts. For certain definitions of the word. Alright. That last mission I didn't give any positives or negatives for, because it's just a wash. But now we have to do this mission.
The time has come, at last. With the aid of Tenavik and the monks of Boreth, we are ready to take the next step on this strange journey. We are ready to restore the soul of Lorel. Come to the monastery on Boreth as soon as you can. Lady Ju'ula, General Martok, and I will be waiting for you there. What I am about to tell you is unusual. I ask that you hear me out before making any sort of judgment. Tenavik believes that the soul of Lorel was not restored to her clone because it is trapped within the depths of Grethor. Based on my own research, I am inclined to agree with him.
So Grethor is real. Okay. I literally can't sit any lower than this.
We aren't sure. What I do know is Lady Je'ula wants to take a spiritual journey to Grethor to liberate the soul of Laurel.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't put into words how much this bothers me. Really, I can't.
Tenavik has assured us that such a journey is possible, and is willing to facilitate the process. While some of us have our doubts, Je'ula is convinced she must do this, and so here we are. If necessary, yes. She requests that you join her on this journey, however. You and General Martok.
Yeah, think about this for my favorite implication here is that not only is Klingon hell real, but it's run by Dominion crafted bioweapons. What? I'm sorry. What? We have to swallow a lot of nonsense in this series. Just Star Trek in general. But, huh? I'm glad you're liking it, Darth Town. The current story arc aside, this is insanity on every level. And no one's ever going to change my mind on that. I'm sorry. I'm glad you like this for the people in chat who do. I really am. I hate this with every fiber of my being.
I would like to see if such a thing can be done. If it is possible, Je'ula will need all the help she can get in a place filled with the worst pieces of Bakhtag ever to call themselves Klingons. Speaking of Je'ula, she wanted a word with you once you arrived.
That's true. I am a Q and a necromancer. I have a lot of experience at it at this point.
You have arrived. Good. We have a challenging journey ahead of us. Tenavik can explain more about it to you.
It will be a challenge, one that will test your body, mind, and soul. Even the strongest of warriors can fall on such a journey. It is not a path to be traveled lightly.
Oh yeah, and several people said Grethor being real isn't new in this game. I actually completely disagree with that. So if you're paying attention, the previous time we went to Grethor, which, excuse me, previous time we had visions was very clearly visions. Other than the fact that we just manifested keys out of thin air, and the fact that we were actually beat up by our visions. Let's ignore that for a second. The point is, we got high on some shrooms, which is also what happened the previous time if you're paying attention. And when we specifically ask that guy right there, point blank, what happened, he says, you can interpret it however you will. Maybe it was a vision, maybe it was a real place. Paraphrasing. We actually showed that exact quest in this particular run a few weeks ago. But this, there's no nothing here. We're going to Grethor to fish out a soul that's lost there so we could shove it in a clone.
The future of the Empire is at stake. Laurel can guide us to victory over Jempak.
Oh my god.
For that, I will do what must be done. Even if I have to destroy Fek'lhr himself.
To enter Grethor, you'll need to be on the precipice of death. The fumes of this incense will allow you to enter a death-like comatose state. That is when your journey will begin. Aditpa and I will...
I'm going to give this a negative by itself. I've been thinking about this for a bit, and I was trying to be fair about it, but here's the problem. You've introduced one of the afterlives to this setting. What about the other ones? We hear a decent amount about other species and their, particular spiritual or religious beliefs. We hear about the Bajorans and about the Cardassians, about the Ferengi. Are all the afterlives real? Are only some of them? Is it a pick and choose kind of a thing? Like, and what happens to other species in Sto-vo-kor? Keep in mind, the Klingon Empire consists of more than just Klingons. Even if you get down to genetics, it includes more than just Klingons, because of the whole augment virus thing, TOS, and discovery problem. What about alternate timelines, which are created semi-regularly? What about alternate dimensions that exist? We know the mirror universe is right over there. This brings up so many questions on so many levels, and it doesn't do anything with them. And that is why I'm going to go and give it a negative. This is, say it with me now, underthought. They decide to do this because I have no idea why, and they just want this plot thread of going to Sto-vo-kor again. And it's underthought, because they didn't actually think about that for more than 5 seconds. Yeah, maybe the changelings built the afterlife. I don't know. Who runs it? How do they find people's souls across light years in order to instantly toss them in there? Oh yeah, we're not actually sure if Sto-vo-kor is real. We know Grethor is real because we're about to go there. We also know someplace else is real too, actually. There's one other place, which I've mentioned a second moment that I remember liking the story arc, and we're actually about there. Believe it or not. By the way, if you're paying attention, this is the third way to try and bring back a Discovery era character in this era. And all 3 of them are dumb. All 3 methods are pretty dumb. What we did with Stamets, what we did with Burnham, and what we're doing with L'Rell here. Whatever. Let's go to hell. In the most literal sense possible. So this isn't Grethor. Yeah, I love how the EV... Oh no, I'm coughing! EV suit immediately kicks on. That was actually funny. I was choking, right?
This does not seem like Grethor.
Oh, there's the edge.
This is not Grethor. This is Koth.
You remember Koth, right? It's mentioned so much in the shows.
The Void. Why are we here?
Perhaps we are here because our fates are not yet decided.
Let me guess. They mention it in New Track.
Wait. Something approaches from the mists.
What brings you to a place where neither honor nor dishonor reigns?
Hello, Gowron.
I do not know you. You, I know from tales of the past. Jo'ula,
Sister of T'Kuvma,
the matriarch of House Mokai. But you, General Martok, I will never forget you. Why are you here?
Here's a better question, Gowron. Why are you in the purgatory? I'm going to turn down the music a bit because he's talking pretty quietly.
I must admit, I am surprised to see you here, Martok. Did your friends in the Federation finally convince you to do something less than honorable before you died? Was it Cisco? Or was it your good friend Worf, the treacherous son of Moog?
Hold up, hold up. I'm actually curious, where is this in Star Trek? It's probably one of those random things I completely forget. Or it's from Discovery. Nope, it is in fact a random thing that I forgot. Wait, no, hang on. Hold up. Hold up. Hang on. Is the dialogue not here? Of course the dialogue isn't here. It is spelled Koth. Yep, nope, I am correct. Alright, so if you go check Memory Alpha, you'll find that Koth was a Klingon warrior who transferred from the IKS Varnak to the IKS Rataran in 2374. He was already of advanced years when he came aboard the Rataran at the There's no Koth. It's not from the shows. It is a unique thing to STO.
Who are you, Patak? And why are you... Wait. Those eyes. I have seen such eyes before.
Yes, you have. For this is Gowron, son of Morel, son of Akar. And to answer your question, I am not dead yet, Gowron. My allies and I are merely passing through.
And yeah, if that didn't process yet, O'Reilly voices both Akar and Gowron, obviously, but Gowron is actually Akar's grandson.
Passing through, are you? There are but two destinations you can reach from Koth, and I'll wager you're not traveling to Stovokor. You mentioned my ancestor, Akar. He served House Mokai during the war with the Federation. Does your little journey have something to do with him?
It does not. Though I suspect his treachery is the reason you are here now, Gowron. After all, the dishonor of the father also dishonors his sons and their sons for
three generations. So yeah, Gowron, by all accounts, should have actually ended up in Stovokor, ironically, despite, being Gowron. But he did actually behave and go down honorably. But apparently, whoever's running this afterlife can track dishonor on a family line. So, sure.
You are many things, Martok, but a liar is not one of them. If I had any doubt of that, I would kill you where you stand for insulting the honor of my grandfather. So, Akar's dishonor has kept me trapped in this wretched place. Not the fate I had expected.
There are worse fates. You could end up in Grethor.
Indeed. Grethor, our destination. You said it could be reached from here. Do you know the way?
I do. I can guide you there if you wish it.
Wait. The Gowron I knew would not aid anyone if it did not benefit him in some way. What scheme are you hiding behind this sudden act of benevolence?
Look around you, Martok. There is little to do in this place but brood and despair. I'm taking you there for my amusement. And perhaps there may be a way out of this place. If there is, I would find it. Even if I have to march at your side to do so. Does that satisfy you? Or shall we stand here for eternity and ponder my motivations?
So, like it or not, I like this little tidbit with Gowron. I do. And O'Reilly slides right back into the role of Gowron so seamlessly. So I'm going to go ahead and give the positive I was expecting to give. And that is the last story plus I anticipated giving to this game. Until we get to the next story arc, which we're not doing this run. So we'll see how it manages. Yeah, it's funny, Trithon.
This is the barge of the dead, laden with souls bound for Grethor. You'll want to announce yourself to Kotar. It is unwise to vex the ferryman.
Again. I sure hope I can open a portal to the sun in the afterlife. Okay, real talk. If this was just a vision, it would be funny if we're like, oh no, I'm under attack, let me open a portal to the sun, and all the monks around our meditating body are like, oh god!
The legends of the ferryman are true. You are Kotar, the first Klingon, slayer of gods.
I am, and you are Ja'ula, kinswoman of T'Kuvma, matriarch of your house. It is not your time. You should not be here. Explain yourself.
My allies and I seek the soul of another, one who should be in Sto-vo-kor, but now dwells in Grethor.
It is not your time.
Well, that's informative.
Laurel, I know no Laurel, but I know you, Ja'ula. You left me to die in a Starfleet prison. Oh, you rescued your pet, a car, but not a lowly Beck, trapped in his cell. And during your raid, an explosion exposed my cell to the cold void of space. And so I died, dishonored. Begone! I have nothing more to say to you.
Reminder, dying in prison equals hell.
That was no way for a warrior to die. It is a fate I narrowly avoided several times myself. Come, let us see what the others know.
Laurel, here? Kiyah! I may be a coward, but you are an idiot. Everyone knows that Laurel is in Sto-vo-kor. As for you, you will have an eternity in Grethor to find wisdom, fool. But the lessons that await you will not be pleasant.
Mind your tongue, or I will throw you overboard and feed you to the Koskari. Lady Ja'ula, this is getting us nowhere. Perhaps a more direct approach is in order.
Out of respect for the ferryman, I will refrain from such measures until they are necessary. Come, let us see if one of the others has something besides rage or the bluster of a coward to offer us.
Lady Ja'ula and General Martok, the architects of my downfall. My house swore allegiance to you, but I saw your crusade against Jempok for the folly it was. I refused your call to arms at Gorath, and for that, my first officer killed me and took my place as captain. I shall enjoy watching the two of you suffer for the rest of time.
You dishonored your house and your crew. You forgot what it meant to be Klingon, Captain. And now, you go to pay the price for that. Step away from me now, or your suffering will begin before you walk through the gates of Grethor.
Wait your turn. I shall have my vengeance before all others.
Remember this guy? The guy she just drop-kicked to death?
I do not know who sent you here, Julia, and I do not care. My wish for vengeance has been granted, and I will stain the deck of this barge with your blood.
Yeah.
Right!
Enough! You shall earn no salvation through combat here. Bah!
The ferryman has spared you. For now. Do not think you will rest easy once we reach Grethor. I will find you, and I will have my revenge. This I swear.
Bold words, but I think you'll find that Fek'lhr has plans for you, as he does for all traitors. We're done here. Leave this wretch to his fate.
The glory of combat, brief as it was. It felt good to engage in battle once more. To be Klingon.
So, there is still something within you that knows what it means to be a warrior. You were the Gowron of old, before the Chancellorship changed you, as it did me, as it did Jempak. And perhaps Laurel.
It's time for the Klingon Empire to end. We'll cut to credits.
Interesting. You became Chancellor after I fell in battle? Tell me you killed Worf to do so. Oh, that would have been glorious!
I did not. Worf still lives, and serves the Empire to this day. I hope you can handle such a disappointment, Gowron.
Can we move on, please?
Let us ask the ferryman how much longer it will be until we get to Grethor.
That's right. Like from this day forwards, the Klingon Empire shall be reorganized into the First Galactic Republic.
You fight with purpose, Ja'ula. Honor to you and your house. I think we shall not meet again, and that gladdens my heart. It will be some time before we arrive at Grethor. Tell me of the soul you seek. I would know your story, so I can sing it to the dishonored, to remind them of who they were, of who they could still become.
I seek Laurel. She was once called Mother, a great warrior and leader of the Empire. I would liberate her soul. I strive to remove a tyrant from the Emperor's throne, and her counsel will help me to do so. This is why I journey to the halls of Grethor, ferryman. For the Empire, no risk is too great.
I hope you've been paying attention. The original motive here was to try and get a legend of great renown and blah, blah, blah. As I already pointed out, that's extraordinarily stupid. But hang on, it's actually worse than that. See, the big thing that she really wants from Laurel is she wants an advisor. She wants someone to advise her on how to defeat someone who is in charge of an empire that had the snot kicked out of it less than a year ago. And that is fractious to the point of only having maybe a tenth of the fleet it used to after losing 2/3 of the fleet it used to. Which probably has only a fraction of the... Why do you need an advisor to beat a wounded, scrapping, like just crawling on the ground, bleeding, wounded beast?
I have seen her. Once, she stood not far from where you stand now. She did not speak. She did not have to. But I saw in her the same pain that I carry in my heart. You can find her in Grethor, if the denizens do not end you first. But finding her and liberating her from that wretched place are two different battles. May you find success in both. That is not my tale to tell. Find Laurel, make her story and yours as one, and fight with all your conviction. Then, and only then, may you find a way out of Grethor, for yourself and for Laurel.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, whatever.
So there is a way out of Grethor. Tell me, ferryman, how can I find my way in? The gates are locked to me. My path out of Koth has been blocked by the dishonor of my ancestor.
Well, yeah, because stupid, honestly.
But if I can enter Grethor, I can find the liberation that Ja'ula and her allies seek for Laurel. Speak! Tell me what I wish to know!
I will tell you only this. Your story has not ended, Gowron, son of Morel. The scales can be shifted yet, for good or for ill. Now, leave me to my duty. I will call upon you when we draw near to Grethor. Until then, know your place. Do not forget that I am master of this vessel. It is unwise to test my authority here.
Well, he died honorably, but he was dishonored by his ancestor. So he was an in-between. So he ended up in purgatory.
We have arrived. I will wait for you and your allies here, Jaula. Should you succeed, return to me here, and I will ensure your song does not end in Grethor.
You honor us, Kotar, first of the Klingons. We will not keep you waiting long.
Hold on. Kotar is real? Does that mean the Klingon gods were real? God, there's so many questions that they're just like, eh.
So it does. Prepare for battle. Our greatest challenge awaits.
Yep. Going after, you know, the Klingon Empire and the Undine, the Voth. You know, dealing with the Solanae and the Vodwar, the Iconians, and the Dominion, and the frickin' Herc, and forces from the future. All that stuff. You know what? All of that, nothing. Now we're gonna face our greatest challenge.
You will find no one to block your entrance at the gates of Grethor, warriors. Getting out, that will be the challenge.
Gowron, a pity you cannot join us. I suspect you would find more entertainment past those gates, in the depths of Grethor itself.
I do not doubt that. Soon Fek'lhr will know the frustration of dealing with a Klingon too stubborn to die. Glory to you and your house. Fight with honor, and if necessary, die well. Kapla!
The time has come. Go now, warriors. Your destiny lies beyond those gates. We shall see. The halls of Grethor have crushed many a soul. I hope yours do not join their ranks. As for you, Gowron, I would have words with you before we depart.
Okay.
Look at these pathetic wretches, reporting for damnation like it were duty.
There are the gates. Let us see if entering Grethor is as easy as Kotar said.
This is going to be like searching for a cloaked ship in the Briar Patch.
That would actually be pretty easy. The gases of the Briar Patch would make cloak.
We do not seek a mundane soul, General. Few Klingons do not know of L'Rell. I do not think a warrior of her caliber would go unnoticed, especially in a place like this. Come, let us speak to others here. It should not take long to find L'Rell.
So here's, hell. It's filled with Dominion bioweapons.
Ah, more newcomers. This place, oh, it stinks. It's loud and teeming with demons. That said, oh, at least it's warm, unlike Rura Penthe, where I froze to death in a cell. I suppose that is better than filling the belly of a jackal mastiff.
We are looking for L'Rell. Have you seen her?
Can't say I have. Sorry. Well, don't make that face at me. See that man atop the stairs? The one surrounded by she-demons? He's called Kutep. Seems to be a player in here. You might ask him about L'Rell.
He only saved the one Triaxia.
It's easy. You she-demons want souls to devour. I can help with that. No, not my soul, you insufferable harpy! Behold! Newcomers have arrived, my ladies. Come forth, travelers! Let us get to know one another.
Yeah, sure. Let me open a portal to the sun in hell.
Listen closely, Patak. We seek Laurel. Have you seen her? Speak now, before I feed you to your charming friends.
You wouldn't! No, wait. You would. I can see it in your eyes. I have not seen this Laurel. Vort, you need to talk to Vort. If there's anyone who knows about this, it's her! Please don't feed me to the she-demons!
Vort must be further in. Let us head through these doors and look for them.
Kutep sent you? Impressive. I sent my she-demons down to eat him. The silver-tongued bastard must have talked his way out of their bellies. Never mind that. Why are you bothering me, exactly?
I wonder if I can assimilate anyone in here. I've got nanites.
Someone who looks a lot like Laurel has been seen around. Quiet type. Keeps to herself. That's not an easy thing to do around here. Someone like her could pull it off, I suppose.
I mean, you could tell this woman is just this amazing, incredible, like, venerated creature that's so well known that Worf never mentions her once, and that she's never even brought up even as a whisper in the entirety of Deep Space Nine.
Indeed. Where can we find her?
Ask Lothar. I run my little corner of things, and that's all. She's elsewhere, and for that, you need to talk to Lothar. Unless you want to take it up with Fek'lhr, of course. Ha!
I could probably beat Fek'lhr in a one-on-one fight at this point. I'm just saying. So, someone asked if there's TOS Klingons.
Ah, the newcomers with so many questions have made their way to me at last. Allow me to welcome you to the Hall of Treachery. A tragic name, really. We aren't all bad in here. Newcomers are quite popular, you know. You've been watched since you set foot past the gates. Can you blame us? We enjoy such amusements whenever we can in Grethor. But enough of that. You have questions, yes? Ask away.
If you've been watching us, you know why we're here. Laurel, does she dwell within your domain or not?
Calm yourself, General. Yes, I know who you are. The great and terrible Martok, Butcher of Zenkath 3, the one I doom, and so forth. Your reputation precedes you. All of you.
The one I doom?
Enough. You still haven't answered his question, Lothar. Tell us where we can find Laurel, and you'll never see us again.
Well, this is embarrassing. But I'm afraid I lost Laurel in a game of poker. Do you know it? Human game. Quite popular in here. Yes, I lost Laurel to Mordok. If you're interested in her, you'll have to deal with him. Hope you're good at cards.
So, they somehow not only took knowledge of poker into Grethor, but got poker cards in Grethor.
What? Laurel? I don't know her. There must be some sort of mistake. Gambler? No. This is Lothar's work. I'm sorry. You've been played. We've all been played. And now we're gonna suffer for it. Sorry.
Okay, let me summon some exocomps into hell really quick.
I told you on the barge that vengeance would be mine. What I meant was, vengeance would be ours.
I have fought you literally 3 times, almost in a row.
Your luck finally run out.
I know one of them wasn't the same person, but it's the same fight for me, the player. So can we do something other than fighting this dude?
I was wondering when they'd make their move. Now I know.
I count 5 of them. Have they added another to their ranks?
Yeah, what happens when we kill someone in hell?
Arrival is on our side.
It's...
I hear you have been looking for Lorel.
the most legendary character in the history of all of Star Trek. Some lady that I actually don't know that much about because I've never seen Discovery. And hopefully, never will.
Jaula, sister of Tekuvma.
Oh my god.
I know your story well. How you rose to power in House Mokai, your conflict with your brother, and your bold crusade against the Federation during the war.
Yes, bold crusade against the Federation. Mass murder. A bunch of innocent people because... Look, I don't think they ever gave a reason.
Even after my death, I heard tales of your exploits. You have made and ended a great many enemies. Many of them now dwell within these halls. I know why these souls are here. What I do not know is why you are here. It is not your time.
You know, Huthor's got a point. She can't be all that. She never attacked and successfully destroyed half of Utopia Planitia in a barrel during wartime with the Federation. I mean, that right there, that's a true Klingon legend.
If you have heard of my exploits, you know of my clash with the tyrant Jempak. Once he held the office you brought honor to.
Ugh.
But it was not enough to sate his lust for power. Now, he calls himself Emperor, and has shattered the great work of my brother.
See, the thing that bothers me most here is if this is a vision, where's the soul coming from?
The empire you led with honor is now divided, on the verge of collapse. I am here because I want to restore you to the realm of the living, to help me save it.
Your brother often spoke of your boldness. I suspect he might have understated it somewhat. What you seek is not impossible, but I question the need for such a thing. Why seek to restore me from the dead when another former chancellor still breathes? Of what use am I when General Martok, a warrior fit to wield the sword of Kalish, stands at your side?
I don't mean to nitpick, but can you tell how bad her mic is there? You can tell she's speaking into a mic at home. Like, there's even audio popping, which they tried to edit out, but, I mean, there's only so much you could do to edit out peaking when it comes to audio. So, they're kind of, you know, having issues with it. Yeah, I'm not going to ding the game for that. I just wanted to point it out because you could tell this was recorded at home, probably on like a personal mic, you know, the one you just buy at Walmart or whatever.
It appears you've heard of my exploits as well, Chancellor. I am honored.
As you should be, General. You have served the Empire with honor. And yet, you are reluctant to reclaim the office you once held. Why else would you be here now? I do not blame you. I know too well of the great burden that office brings, and the terrible sacrifices it often demands.
I'm sorry.
Word travels fast here. Your enemies will be on the move. If you do not return to the realm of the living soon, they will strike. Even the greatest warriors can die here.
Really?
You should leave while you are still able to do so.
Guys, people can die in hell. Holy crap. Yep, no, I'm still here. I'm still here. Let me update the HUD with the several negatives that this game is earning here.
Join us. Together, we can liberate you from this place and restore you to life, as Kalis once was.
No, I cannot leave this place. It is a matter of honor. Once, I dwelled in Sto-vo-kor among the honored dead. But Vok, my greatest love, was denied entry. He was denied an honorable death, and thus his soul was sent to Grethor. I could not bear that, and so I came here and bargained with Fek'lhr for his release. In exchange for Vok's freedom, I offered to take his place. As you can see, my offer was accepted. This is why I cannot leave. To do so would dishonor the agreement and condemn us both to eternal suffering in Grethor. You have traveled here in vain, Ja'ula. I cannot help you.
Cool. Well, peace. Let's head out. We've got a lot of things to do. We have to go knock over a tin pot tyrant. I think he'll be our 13th so far in our career alone.
No, I saw it. The crystal showed me the future, and you are a part of it.
Oh my god.
If you could strike a bargain with the Master of Grethor, so can I. I will find Fek'lhr and secure your freedom, or die trying.
I have seen such determination before, in the eyes of your honored brother. So be it.
Did you know she's Takuma's sister?
See how strong your resolve truly is.
I don't know if you're aware of that. Because she's Takuma's sister.
The stairs beyond those doors lead to Fek'lhr's hall.
Fek'lhr. This ought to be interesting.
Oh yeah, Sto-vo-kor's real too. As is both or Goth, whatever it
Do not
was.
seem to be opposed to our passage.
They aren't here to keep us away from Fek'lhr. They're here to keep us from escaping.
You come here with hope in your heart. Abandon it. There is no place for hope here.
You know,
Here. There is only pain.
I know this isn't really valid, but you ever play like any video game ever that has demons in it? Because in everything else, this dude would be like a low-level nobody, like not even a prince of the abyss in Forgotten Realms, not even one of the evils in the Diablo series, and so forth and so on. Just some little dinky dude who's got his one dinky fort and his one dinky little thing, and he's just like, well, I am super amazing.
Lady Ja'ula of House Mokai, I must offer my gratitude to you. Many fresh souls have arrived here of late, thanks to you and your Imperial Nemesis. Because of this, I will hear what you have come so far to say. Come forth, speak. What would you ask of the Lord of Grethor?
Okay, real talk. If this was Ardra, like if it was like, and it's Ardra, and they're like, I would honestly laugh.
Lord Fek'lhr, I come before you to bargain for the soul of Laurel. I would liberate her from these halls.
Such impudence! You think you are worthy of commerce with me? My good lady, I am inclined to disagree. Violently.
But, like, if we beat you in honorable combat, doesn't that mean...
The ferryman killed many a god by himself. Together, we should be able to finish off Fek'lhr.
I mean, yeah, this is gonna be a joke of a fight. Are you kidding me?
Calling in tormented souls to fight us as well.
Oh no. Hang on, let me summon some exocomps and a runabout into hell. Defeat the crew of the runabout. Oh my god! Where did you summon us? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Just kill that, the devil over there. What? Yeah, the devil. It's the Klingon devil, but still.
With your slain foes. Your souls are not strong enough to withstand the power of Fek'lhr.
Blah, 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 blah.
You have provided me with great sport.
You're welcome.
What do you offer in trade for the soul of the realm?
Lord Fek'lhr, I wish to offer my...
Wait! Hold your tongue, Jahula.
Hey, Gowron. What's up?
Fek'lhr! If it's the soul of a chancellor you want, take mine instead.
Intriguing. I accept, son of the realm. You shall take the realm's place here.
Are you mad, Gowron? Better to spend eternity with Klingons than to be alone in the void, even in a place like this.
Lord Fek'lhr, this should not be Gowron's fate. I will deliver the soul that belongs here. His treacherous ancestor, Akar.
Unacceptable! Grethor is filled with souls such as Akar's. You'll have to sweeten the deal.
Very well. I shall deliver the souls of Akar and Jempak.
Why do they act all shocked by that? We're going to kill Jimpak! Why is that a moment? It's been the goal for...
And Gowron shall be free as well.
Hang on, I'm choking on the stupid.
You leave to go. Be gone.
Wait, what's that? You want me to make a bargain with you?
Death that hides deep.
Okay. Tell you what. In addition to all the things I was going to pay you, I will take a drink from this bottle of water that I've already opened, and I was about to take a drink from. Is that good enough for your bargain? Okay, whew, I'm sure glad that the devil is an idiot, apparently, and drops loot boxes! Plural!
You are able to leave if you can, but you won't be able to leave free.
You know,
whoever brings Nichelle back to me will be allowed to take her place in Stormcore.
Really,
I've
dude?
dealt with Ferengi that were less treacherous than Fek'lhr.
Really, dude? Like, just seriously? I agree with that, Sarura. And that's why it did get the story positive. Deserve it. Wait, the devil is treacherous? Oh my god!
Be ready. Every soul in Grethor stands between us and the gates.
Are you done?
Let them come. If they want to die again, I'm happy to oblige them.
Be mindful of
Think
their
about it.
numbers and their treachery.
If they die, like, they permanently die in hell, wouldn't they be actively seeking to die on a regular basis? Just to get out of being in hell? Like, I don't know. I don't know you all. So I was like, oh shoot, I'm in hell. But I can die to leave hell and not be anywhere. And we're gone. We're good. We're good. Also, yeah, they're dying in combat. So, like, by the rules... Or I could quote Char 5 here. What are the rules? I do too, John Garrosh. So, credit where credit is due. There's one good thing in this entire misbegotten story arc. And go figure, it's Gowron and O'Reilly. Yeah, I think the only things I'm actually killing are the demons. Because the people are just, like, they go blue right after I beat them. B-plot? Wow, you're being way nicer in this game than I am, Robostall.
Quickly! Open the front gates! Kortar is waiting for us on the barge.
That's not the only thing waiting for us on the other side. Get ready to fight!
Wait, we have to fight? Oh, come on. Also, it just occurred to me, the thing they were all impressed by was her offer to send Jimpock to hell. Which we know how that works. All you have to do is lock him in a cell, in prison, can't commit suicide, and then make sure he's taken care of and watched after until he finally dies, in which case he goes to hell for dying in prison. So, like, I don't know. I mean, Jimpock's a jackass, but I don't think I will literally murder someone so that they go, in a specific way, so that they go to hell, is something that would make me go, yeah, to that. You know? Like, I feel like that's not cool. Kill him? Yeah, sure, done. Boom. But, like, torture? Forever? That might be a bit much for me.
There's the barge. Hurry!
Like, I don't know. We here at the Lore Walkers...
Of course, they have fire-breathing targs.
Of course they do. What else would they have? We here at the Lore Walkers are okay with not being okay with eternal torment. I swear to God, if the ferryman, the first Klingon, takes orders from L'Rell because she's just that amazeballs, I'm gonna spit. Tribble. So we did it! We retrieved her soul. And she even remembers all the stuff we did, so it actually happened, so Grethor's real. Oh my God!
Back to the world of the living, and not a moment too soon. A few minutes ago, sensors detected energy signatures over Boreth. Fek'lhr portals. They're sending vessels through as we speak.
Really?
Has her soul been liberated? Was your mission a success?
Lady, I don't know anything that just happened.
She was right beside us, fighting the whole way. Did she make it to the barge?
She did. I made sure of it. Check her vitals. Give me a medical update now!
Yes, ma'am. Notice we just take orders from her. Remember all the time Sela ordered us around and we were like, no, piss off? We just take orders from Ja'ula because she is just that amazing. Oh, right.
It is done. She is restored, reborn.
Uthor's right. Sela was just Empress of the Romulan remnants. Ja'ula is Takuma's sister.
Welcome home, Mother.
Yep, that's a thing that happened.
Her life signs are strong. Reading brain activity. Yes! You did it! Laurel has returned safe and sound. Kapla! Right. 3 portals in total. Fek'lhr vessels are emerging from them as we speak. They're holding position for now, but we are heavily outnumbered.
Okay. Do you think I could take them all with my one ship like I always do?
Laurel's presence may be a coincidence. Since their return to our space, the Fek'lhr have made numerous assaults on Boreth. Until now, those attacks were repelled by the KDF. And now, with the Empire in a state of disarray, the defense presence here is minimal. The Fek'lhr saw weakness, and they seized the initiative. This time, they may succeed where they have failed so many times before. Indeed, if the Fek'lhr want to fight, they came to the right place. I will fight to the end if I must, for today is a good day to die.
Well said, Martok. I stand ready for battle as well. It will be an honor to defend this sacred place at your side.
You risked all to restore me to life. Honor demands that I fight alongside you, and I do so gladly.
Again, she remembers everything we did in the afterlife because...
So be it. We will make our stand here. Let it be known that we never forgot what it means to be Klingon! I will need to go with one of you, however. After the loss of the Lucara, I have no vessel to command in battle.
You will not put one foot on my ship.
I believe I can be of assistance there, Lady Ja'ula. The monks of Boreth are not entirely without resources after all. Yes, but we will need some time to prepare. Do what you can to hold the line until then. Lady Ja'ula, Mother, please come with me.
Well, let me go get my top-of-the-line Dreadnought, which is actually technically from the future at this point in time. And go hold the line, like you do. You know, I'm weirded out that we have a generic load screen. I don't mind it. I'm actually kind of glad we do, but it's weird. Of all the things I would expect, this is not it. You know, I think we still are net positive on score. Hang on. Yeah, we are. We are. Okay, good.
Fek'lhr portal count remains at 3. Reading multiple enemy vessels in the system, we're outnumbered at least 3 to 1.
Cool. Let me take out this portal really quick. Oh, sorry, recommendations? What should we do? I have no idea what to do. Only you, a legendary, great Klingon spy mistress, can tell me what to do in this circumstance.
Our first priority should be closing those portals.
Really?
Until they're gone, our Fek'lhr problem could continue to grow.
Really? So the spawning elements that spawn the enemy should be despawned so that the spawns spawn no more. Did I hear that right?
I'm reading heavy fluctuations in their gravity. At the moment, they appear to be unstable, but they could stabilize over time. Until then, it is a weakness we can exploit.
Explain.
Weapons fire, especially torpedoes, will eventually destabilize a portal's integrity to the point of collapse. Firing a heavy barrage at each portal should do the trick nicely.
Cool. Done.
We need to punch through the ships guarding the portals before reinforcements arrive.
We've done this with the Iconians and the Terrans and the Tholians. I think there's someone else on that list. Oh, the Temporals. We've also done this with the Temporal Jackasses. TLF. And the Fek'lhr! Only there was some way we could close a portal before it causes us issues. Jesus Christ, people. I'm not 5. It's not the tutorial. Was this intended to be the new... Oh my god, that's it, isn't it? This was intended to be the new Klingon intro. And they changed their mind because it doesn't fit perfectly, and, like, there's issues with that. Oh no. Oh no. Think about it. They were doing a revamp of the Klingon intro, and they're like, all right, let's bring in Discovery, let's do a big legendary thing, and we're going to do this revamp, and we're this brand new Klingon, and there's some, like, tutorial elements. We got the new gameplay things in. We tie into Kuvma and the war with the Federation. We bring in O'Reilly. We bring in Martok. And there are pieces of it that don't fit. Like, you know, the Jimpock and the Chancellorship and all that. But there would have been ways to brush that over, but instead they decided to put it here instead of there. That actually makes so much sense. I think I'm going to go ahead and put that as my personal, you know, opinion of what the hell is going on. Now, you may or may not notice that something's wrong. So I already closed all the portals. I now have an objective to close all the portals. So we're going to leave the system. Pause a moment. Take a drink. Enjoy our latte. Right back in. Blah, 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 blah.
We need to punch through the ships guarding the portals before reinforcements arrive.
It will take much to collapse the portal. Firing a heavy barrage as soon as you portal should do the trick nicely.
Deja vu. I actually agree. I mean, I still think this mission has very serious issues, but I do think that at least some of those negatives would be removed if you shuffled this back to be the Klingon tutorial. If this became the new Klingon intro.
The portal is destabilizing. It's collapsed!
It would take a restructure of several missions.
There's more to be done. Close the others
And
quickly.
this story would have to be redone a little bit, but I think it could work. Actually, you know what you could do? Hang on a second. Hear me out for a second.
Ah! Back to Grethor
Let's be
with you!
stupid and bold, alright?
Don't open the blood wine yet. More Fek'lhr vessels are coming in from the last portal.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. What if you did a thing where this was the beginning of the Klingon arc, and once you finish this story arc, which occurs at roughly this point in the story, you start your new Klingon at level 50 or 60 or whatever a Dominion character starts at. And you jump right into the Terran stuff.
Let's deal with the Fek'lhr stragglers.
Wait. Another portal is open.
And just kind of nuke everything before this.
So
in the
they're
Klingon
not
arc.
finished with us yet, eh? Make ready for battle! Jola, if you're going to do something, now's the time!
Yes, we need you, Jaula! We cannot defeat the Fek'lhr!
An impressive beast.
There's just no way we could defeat the Fek'lhr. They're so good and powerful and strong. If only... Exactly, Makamoto. If only... Jaula... Whatever her stupid name is, was here to save us against this most monstrous of foes. There's truly no way we'll ever survive this great beast of a... Jesus Christ. Why do you have 1 billion HP? Ah, whatever, let's kill all the ads. Now, if Jaula runs away, well, we got a problem. Nothing could force Jaula to run away, except me, obviously.
I don't think reinforcements are coming. It may be time to consider...
Do not finish that sentence. We are Klingons. We will fight to the end.
Yeah, exactly, Trithon. Like, they already kind of messed with the timeline for the new Gamma characters.
Not fall today.
Why not, honestly?
Fight now! For Kalis! For Boreth! For the Empire!
This is the IKS Katinga, calling all Klingon forces. I am Lorel of House de Kuvma.
Oh my god.
Fight now! For the Empire! Kapla!
It's a 100-year-old ship. That would be sooner up to my heels. Yeah, dude, that's not bad. Yeah, it's Laurel, who has something to do with Takuma, I think. Uh-oh, lag. Lag. Okay, we're okay. See you around, DZ Maven.
I'm picking up a ship entering the system at high warp.
My differences with you can wait, Shaula. I will not let Boreth fall!
I mean, we were talking about the whole retrofit thing when we were talking about the Miranda several weeks ago, so yeah, okay, it's probably a retrofitted D7. But still.
Reading another ship entering the system.
You know?
It's one of ours.
No,
Death to the Fek'lhr! Send them.
What irritates me is Laurel sends out this call for help, and everybody responds to Laurel because it's Laurel. She's just so amazing. But that Martok, he's a traitor to the Empire. Screw him.
Another inbound KDF
Victory
vessel.
is ours.
We can
Together,
win this.
We have protected
We can win
Boreth
this.
from our enemies.
The nearest
and
Valkyrie
returned.
vessel.
See
and
who was
destroy it.
called Mother to
Kapla!
the Empire.
Truly a glorious battle, my lady. The Fek'lhr will think twice before launching an attack here anytime soon.
Even so, things got too close for my liking. For a time, it seemed like there were more Fek'lhr in space than stars. Thankfully, the monks had that well-preserved surprise up their sleeves. Just where did you find that relic, Tenavik?
Martok, you fought Herc.
We have kept it here since my mother's time. Once it served as her flagship. We preserved it as a reminder of a Klingon golden age. We knew one we need it again, and it seems that time has come at last.
I'm sorry, the idea that the Klingon Empire was in its golden age during the Discovery era is laughable. Ignoring the obvious fact that the Empire was on decline during Enterprise's age, which is before that, and then entered into a self-destructive massive war of horrific loss, which they then lost overall against the Federation, which then led to the mess between the Federation and the eventual Organian Treaty. None of that is a golden age for the Klingons, buddy.
Indeed. Though I yearn to command the Katinga once more, it has been far too long since I have done so. Space warfare has changed considerably since my time.
It has been a century and a half.
Until I have reacclimated myself to this era, I can think of no better warrior to command this vessel than Lady Jaula,
Sister of Takuma.
May you lead this vessel and her crew to glory.
You honor me, Laurel. Computer, note the transfer of command in the record of battle. For many, the Lucara was a symbol of division. May the Katinga serve as a symbol of unity, as my brother's vessel once did. Let the honored few who came to Boreth's aid go now to every corner of the Empire. Tell everyone you meet what happened here today. Tell them that you were at Boreth when Laurel returned. Tell them how we all fought and sent the Fek'lhr back to Grethor!
Hang on, I need to give you another story negative really quick. 1 second, Chihuahua.
There is much to be done. We have an empire to restore and a tyrant to depose. But now is not the time for such things. Now is the time to honor our great victories. Tonight, we celebrate, for tomorrow we may die. Kapla!
2 more missions. Just 2 more missions. We can do it. We can make it.
Now that Lorel has been restored, she will be able to counsel Lady Ju'ula on a great many things. Though
There's that
I
advice
have great
thing.
respect for Ju'ula, there are always lessons to be learned as a leader in the Klingon Empire. And, in such matters, there is no better teacher than Lorel. Yes, with Lorel at her side, I believe Lady Ju'ula can lead our house to victory over Jempok and restore our shattered empire to glory. That battle lies ahead of us, however. When the time comes, be ready to answer the call to arms.
I'm sorry, I need to look up something really quick. I'm sorry, just give me 1 moment, because I need to make a point here. Here we go. Okay, so, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to picture that, President Biden right now is like, we really need, we need, I don't know what to do with regards to what's happening in the world and the economics and the virus and the other virus and the wars. So I don't know what to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to reach into the past. I'm going to pull Ulysses S. Grant from 153 years ago and drag him to now. Say, all right, Grant, I need your help, okay? I need you to help me figure out what to do, because I just can't. And Grant's like, ah!
The time has come. Join us in the Boreth system. We are preparing to make our next move against the forces of the so-called Emperor and his dishonorable lackeys. Soon we will rally those who would end this destructive conflict and restore the Empire. The journey lies ahead. All that remains is to take the first step.
You're sorry. Warp Core is correct. What's happening is even worse than what I just said. So actually, we don't actually go to the past to grab Grant to go to the future. What happens is we go to Hell, and in Hell we find Ulysses S. Grant, and we're like, "Hey, Grant, we need to restore your body to a clone of yourself that we happen to have. So we're gonna go and do that, and then we're gonna drop you back in your body so you can advise the current president on military and economic affairs in the world today." Yes, brother of James. Oh my God. Oh my, God. Oh my God. Okay. I'm okay. Two quests. We're almost there. Don't worry. There's at least one more extremely stupid thing coming up. There really is. There is one more thing that's going to get its own negative. Pretty much guaranteed. We'll see how we do leading up to that point. No, Trithon, I'm afraid we must end on a terrible, terrible note.
You have arrived. Good. Perhaps you can succeed where I have not.
Grant was, in fact, a United States president, Warp Core. During 1869, which is 153 years ago.
The problem is that we cannot decide on our next move. Getting a spy, a warrior, a politician, and a general to agree on anything is a difficult challenge. When all those people are Klingons, it becomes a challenge worthy of Kahless himself.
Hold on. Who's the warrior and who's the general here? In fact, who's the politician for that matter?
Speak with the others, see what they have in mind. Your fresh perspective may find a path forward, if such a thing exists.
My mind often returns to the disaster at Kuvat. Though it was Akar who gave the order to fire on the planet, it happened on my ship. I want to remove the dishonor of that treacherous attack on the world of my mother's birth.
So, what's your proposal, Twitface?
There are reports of new mycelial rifts opening in the Kuvat system. Corrupted Alachi have launched several attacks in retaliation for previous attacks of aggression against them. It seems another one of my sins has returned to haunt me. I would go to Kuvat and aid their forces against the Alachi.
Okay, cool. Also, I want you to know, Huthor, that was a good joke. I'm going to say that one out loud, if you don't mind. A spy, a warrior, a politician, and a general walk into a bar, and Quark says, "What do you want, Cisco?"
The others believe we should curry favor with the strongest houses that stand against Jimpak. It is not a position I agree with.
Why?
The strong houses will resent any aid from us. They will take it as an offense, a question of their honor and their prowess as warriors. Smaller houses in need will be more pragmatic. They will accept our aid and become loyal allies when called upon.
Okay, so I'm going to just return to my Ulysses S. Grant thing for a second. Do you know one of the 50 reasons I brought that up? Do you know how much United States culture has changed in the last 20 years? 10 years, honestly, but 20 years is a good range. Like, the culture here in the States has changed substantially in 2 decades. Never mind 15 of them. We had a massive cultural shift. Actually, we've had 2 since Grant's time. Ironically, one in the wake of the Great Depression and one in the wake of World War II. That's ignoring the fact that cultures just kind of drift forward in general, because that's how that works. So, what she's doing is advising us on how to deal with the political entities of the Great Houses by virtue of teaching us of how the culture of the Klingons would work. And do you see the problem here? Yeah, exactly, Trithon. Remember, the Klingon Empire and the Klingons are a part of the freaking Alliance, the Galactic Alliance, which spans 4 quadrants, if you're not familiar with that. And yet,
I believe we should prove our strength by helping those who need it most. In doing so, we will earn respect from the stronger houses, rather than resentment.
Pretty sure the city I live in has more people than that now, Ross. Odd.
I have received word that systems controlled by House Gorath are being attacked by forces loyal to Jumpuck. They are being punished for their refusal to bend the knee.
Hold up. I just had a really funny thought. What if L'Rell thinks we're a Klingon and doesn't realize differently because we never take off the power armor? So she literally can't see our face. And we're tall, right? We're a giant. In fact, I think we're taller than she is, so...
Our intel suggests that Akar's virus has been used to render their starships defenseless in several battles. I believe we can forge an alliance with them by providing the countermeasures to the virus. This will give their forces a chance to fight as warriors rather than die without honor in the cold darkness of space.
This is specifically Voth power armor.
You see, I think that's why we have yet to agree on a plan. Each of us has a bold, challenging goal in mind.
What was your idea? person here who's worth actually listening to.
I propose that we go to Kronos and put a bat'leth into Jimpok's skull. After issuing a formal challenge for the right to lead, of course. As glorious as that would be, it was decided the level of security surrounding the Emperor would be more than even we could handle. That, and the matter of his dishonorable solution to the last fight we had over the Chancellor's seat. Ah!
Now, I'm going to complain about this, but I've already given this negative. But what our dialogue says there, in case you can't read that, is, I see, of the plans I have heard so far, Laurel's is the best, because she's amazing and awesome, and I just want to lick her booze. Oh my god, I just realized the other reason this is pissing me off so much. So obviously this sucks, right? But I mained a warrior back in Legion. Now some of you get that, but for those of you who don't, warriors, every class had a story arc in Legion. A lot of them were really good. Some of them were amazing. Some of them sucked. Warriors was the worst of all of them by a huge margin. It was garbage. And one of the biggest problems with it, there was actually a lot of problems. It really was just terrible. It'll probably be a bundle of negatives when we get there to review it. But one of the things that bugged me the most personally is that I was constantly licking Odin's boots. Metaphorically. Just constantly. So here we are. Licking Laurel's boots.
Indeed. I would hear your reasoning for this decision.
How's Korra's...
That may be true, but what of Kuvat? Do we abandon the people there to the Alashi? Yes. A warrior who enters a battle unprepared is a warrior destined to fail. You are correct. With more forces at our side, we will be able to face the Alachi and aid the people of Kuvat.
Hold up. I have a brilliant idea. We have access to a 4-quadrant spanning galactic superpower. Every single individual faction of which owes us personally. Why don't we get a little bit of help with this? And reach out to someone else to help with the Alachi. Random thought.
I do not disagree. And I believe I know the perfect candidate for this operation. House Kang.
Once again, this would make more sense if this was the Klingon starter. No Galactic Alliance to speak of. The Klingons are doing their own thing, yada yada yada.
After the death of Dahar Master Kang, the house lost a great deal of influence. It has been in a slow but steady state of decline ever since. They have been seeking a way to restore glory to their house for some time now. Their most recent attempt ended poorly.
You ever wonder how many houses there are? We know that the members of the High Council are not all the houses, because not every house gets a seat, right?
When Jimpok declared himself emperor, House Kang was preparing to stage a coup. Unfortunately, spies discovered their plan and informed Jimpok. Imperial security captured most of the leadership of House Kang, and they are on their way to Rura Pente as we speak.
Jimpok threw me into a prison once. He wanted me to suffer and die without honor. I will not let that happen to the warriors of House Kang.
You have an idea?
I do. I think we should raid that system and liberate the House Kang warriors being held there.
But... duh?
I will lead our ground forces on these raids. I knew Dahar Master Kang, and I know many of the current leaders of his house.
If you want to join me, World Core, I will absolutely welcome you. Because, yeah, let's just speed this frickin' up, shall we? I'm down.
While we conduct the raids, now, let us show the great houses our strength. Kapla!
And yeah, I agree with Mike Kamano. We've always said the houses are basically the nations
They're
of the
holding
Klingon
General
Empire.
Kanal of House Kang on one of these prison stations, along with many of his loyal warriors. The stations are rigged with sensor jammers, so we'll have to find Kanal and his forces the hard way.
Blah, 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 blah. You'd think there would be quite a few hundred of them at the very least.
I'll be leading the boarding parties to search for Kanal, starting with Station Alpha. We'll beam over from your ship once you've disabled the station's defenses. Ah, and then things will get interesting. I do not expect the prison guards to give up their prize easily.
Sorry, what is that pea shooter doing out here on the front lines? Yeah, that would be funny. Reach out to the Dominion. Listen, obviously the Jem'Hadar have been given independence and freedom, and that's cool, and I'm with that. So I'm going to ask for volunteers. I want to go attack the Klingons in their home defenses on the ground. Anybody want some good fights with some Klingons?
Station Alpha is disabled.
Yeah, I bet you there would be Jem'Hadar just signing up for that duty. Get a couple of troop carriers, maybe one escort dreadnought. We're good. Reach out to the Kabali. Oh my god.
Boarding party transport complete. We are engaging the enemy.
What,
Incoming fleet on centers. Prepare for combat!
What happened? So we know the afterlife is real. So what happens to a Klingon who is claimed by a Kabali and then dies? For that matter, what happens to a Klingon who's claimed by a Kabali in general? Turbo dead. It just keeps pushing me back here.
This is Martok. We've completed our search of the station, but Kanal was nowhere to be found. We did find some of her troops, though. Several of them told me that Kanal was taken to Station Gamma for interrogation. Indeed. Good. We're ready for the next jailbreak. Come and get us. They'll be waiting for us on Station Gamma. Let's not disappoint them.
Borg Klingon.
A leader who thinks of those who serve, as well as the Empire. Warriors follow them proudly.
A cook who uses cooking rather than pre-packaged materials will do a better job of cooking. Someone who drinks water will gain more sustenance than someone who drinks air. Like, you got anything else in your back pocket here? Why did we go to hell? I'm not letting that go. In order to bring back this twit face who's dispensing freaking fortune cookie logic.
This is Martok. Resistance is stronger than anticipated. We need reinforcements immediately.
Okay.
I'm picking up incoming warp signatures. Enemy forces are inbound to our position. Here they come. Looks like a Nausicaan mercenary fleet.
Yeah, come on. Well, it let me for a second, but then it didn't. Whatever. Oh, hello, Lord Blastington. Welcome to the worst story arc in this entire goddamn game. I don't think we're going to hit net negative because of this story arc, but it's going to be Stark. Remember the score it had from the silver number? From the Gamma arc is 114 something. Going back to the Grant thing I keep talking about, I can imagine him being like, President Grant, what do we do about this? Well, I see this here plague's been causing issues. Why don't you distribute some emergency whiskey to everybody? That should help everything out. Brilliant idea, Mr. Grant! Yeah, I don't actually blame the actors. I really don't.
The station is secure.
With one exception.
But Kanal is not here. In fact, no one from House Kang is here. Mostly dregs bound for a dishonorable death on that ice ball down there.
Any clues?
Possibly. I found an old friend of ours locked up over here. That annoying Ferengi who sold us out to Jimpak back on Nimbus 3. He says he has information, but he'll only speak to you about it.
Actually, Sarura, I didn't mean that as a dig at Grant at all. I meant that as a dig at 1800s medical technology. So, Madron, what do you got?
We meet again, Nemesis.
Hi.
After an unfortunate misunderstanding between myself and the Klingons, I find myself bound for the frozen depths of Rura Pente. They didn't even give me a trial. But my fortunes could be about to change. I know where your famous general...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope, yep, it's true. It's unironically, unmemeingly, unjokingly true. Madron is the best villain of this entire story arc.
Since we lack the time for a proper series of negotiations, I'll make it simple for you. Get me out of here! Alive! And I will tell you where he is. Leave me here to my cruel, frozen fate, and you'll never find him!
You know, honestly, Madron, I'm so happy to see you. That done. The line says, I'll give you a fair trial. Piss on that. Here you go. You're good. Case dismissed. Charges dismissed. You're good to go, buddy.
But you... We have a deal! Even a prison cell on Kronos is better than that frozen nightmare below! I'd be standing before the blessed exchequer within a week!
Who might be real!
Ready for the final audit!
Remember, one afterlife is real, or technically 3, so it's possible.
One of the prisoners here put a shiv in his back to score points. He should be dead, but the word is Emperor Jempak made it clear he was not to die a warrior's death. Unfortunately, the surgeon here is an incompetent drunk, so they took Kanal to Beta Station for medical treatment over there. Check the sickbay logs under snacks and libations if you don't believe me.
General?
It appears the little Capect is telling the truth. Pity. I was looking forward to dangling him by his ears from an airlock until he talked.
General.
Very well. I'll bring him along and throw him by the ears into your brig. Enough of this! We're ready to beam out when you are.
Listen, treat him well. If someone makes a deal with you, you need to treat them properly, otherwise they're going to regret it and probably never do it again.
May not survive another.
You need to offer the carrot. You need to offer the honey when you're trying to get someone to work with you. You can't just be like, oh, fine, I'll just abuse and misuse you constantly.
Enemy vessel decloaking.
If you do that, you get Babylon 5. I don't recognize that ship. I mean, a lot of Klingon ships look very similar to me, so that's probably where that's coming from.
They're done. Station Beta is disabled. Boarding parties, stand by for transport.
Aren't they just literally in the transporter bay, like, right now and haven't left that this entire time?
That dreadnought's arrival worked in our favor. The guards were distracted by your glorious battle, and Canal used the opportunity to stage a riot. By the time we got here, most of the fighting was over.
By the way, this is the Cardassian ship I've been sincerely debating picking up for some time. Literally just because it looks cool. Like, I don't really have another reason for doing so. I love the look of this thing. It is also a nice ship. I should probably mention it's got decent stats. It's just... That is a pretty ship. And spiral disruptors are mean. Look at it. Anyways.
Indeed. Canal is still in one piece, and we're all ready to leave this place.
What's the trait it comes with? I don't actually remember off the top of my head. Oh, right. Calm before the storm. Yeah, that's a
Lady
good one.
Ja'ula and Laurel, you honor us, Mother. House Kang will not forget your actions today.
Hang on. I just need to show something off super quick. Where's the reclaim? This isn't it, is it? Where's the reclaim vendor? Like the you already have it, so you get another copy of it vendor. That it? No, that's not it. I thought it was the dilithium store. Oh, there it is. I just didn't see it. So, anyways, I just wanted to show off my spiral wave weapons here. The Mark 10s, of course. It's old. But, oh man, that was a fun build. Anyways.
Lady Ja'ula, well said. Jempok sending my troops and I to die in prison is cause enough for us to rally to your banner. But no Klingon would turn their backs on a campaign to save our glorious empire. Give the call to arms, and House Kang will answer.
Kavan, General. You will not have to wait long to heed such a call to glory. We are receiving an incoming transmission from a dead Pa.
House Gorath is under attack once more. This time in the Forcas system. A number of their ships have been disabled by Akar's virus and left to die in the void. He is sending a message. Stand against the Emperor and face a dishonorable death.
Yeah, that's another thing. Jempok is deliberately and repeatedly using strategy of trying to ensure that anybody who fights him goes to hell. Which, remember, is real. So...
Indeed. But this is a game we can win. If we move quickly, we can reach Forcas before those vessels break down and explode. We can give them the countermeasures they need to survive.
Now, in the interest of fairness, most of the Klingons don't actually know it's real. But most of them think it is.
I will not stand by and do nothing when we have the means to save those warriors.
I am too heroic to do anything else.
Meet you in the Forcas system. Be prepared to render assistance to the Gorath vessels.
Yeah, so... I mean, that's kind of part of my point, Warp Core, is that he's doing what Ja'ula was already doing. It's just they're actually calling it out now that he's doing it. They're specifically being like, oh my god, he's leaving them to die dishonorable deaths. And I left my shuttles behind again. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's your shuttles, not mine.
From what I can tell, Akar has infected these ships with a virus similar to the one he used to destroy the Lucara. It renders them defenseless and unable to move, while every critical system begins to break down and fail. Eventually, the systems regulating their antimatter containment fields will fail. I think you know what happens after that.
Can you stop the virus?
Yes. I have started to modify the countermeasures we have used before when dealing with Akar's little tricks. They should be ready by the time we reach those vessels.
Okay.
Remain vigilant as we approach those vessels. I have studied recent records of battle. Akar has used remotely controlled ships as bombs before.
Enemy ships inbound.
Oh god.
Attack vector. countermeasures are ready, use them to restore the Gorath vessels.
That was pretty fast, I'll give you that.
I do not know how you did it, and I do not care. My ship is ready for battle once more. Yes, and Jempok's loyalists may return as well. Only this time, their cowardly tricks will not work. I thought Admiral Dever to be an honorable warrior, but he is just as treacherous as his Emperor. Bah! If he shows his face again, I will make it uglier for him! It's him! Admiral Dever!
You know, I'd ask where were all these ships when we were fighting the Herc, but I actually know the answer to that question. That's probably why it irritates me so damn much. Damn, that hit me for 45,000 damage.
Reading a containment field collapse on one of the Gorath vessels!
No. They died dishonorably, no.
We were too late for most of them. Some escape pods were able to reach a safe distance before the end. One vessel remains. Do we have enough time to save them?
They're doing what they can against the virus. We have some time before their core systems reach a critical state.
Do not abandon the warriors in escape pods. You have time. Rescue them, so they may fight on as warriors. Right now, you need to save the ones who need your help the most.
Very well. Prepare to conduct rescue operations.
An enemy force just dropped out of warp.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be unkind, but do you need to be advised to rescue the escape pods in this situation, Ch'ula? I mean, we know you have only recent and brief experience with ethics and morality. So, maybe you literally do.
That's the last of them. It's time to restore the last Gorath vessel.
I am Kertrak, son of Grethor. I lead the forces of House Gorath in this system. Your assistance is appreciated, but the battle isn't over yet. Admiral Dever will not give up so easily. When he said he would return, he meant it, and he will come with reinforcements. I will not allow him to take this system. Now that you have restored our ships, we will make our stand here.
Captain, while I appreciate your courage, you must realize your forces are in no shape to engage Dever. Such a battle is unwise. You should withdraw.
Dever is powerful, but he is not invincible. My ship may be damaged, but even a dreadnought can't survive the explosion from a warp core breach at point-blank range. I am prepared to deliver that fatal blow.
Did you know that in this mission, in the area we were at just before this, we had to take out a Klingon dreadnought, which is the same dreadnought that Dever is piloting? Not the same ship, I mean the same class of ship. So we've already had to kill one of those dreadnoughts. Never mind however many billions of other dreadnoughts we've killed in this place. No. I'm bringing this up because, once again, this would make more sense if this was the Klingon tutorial. If this was the first time we were actually going after something like a dreadnought. And the idea of us going after a dreadnought in our dinky little, Katinga or whatever we have at this point is just infeasible. But if we could help...
It is his duty to defend this system by any means necessary. He wishes to lead his forces to victory as a warrior born. You could leave him to his fate. Without our ships, his fleet will probably lose the battle. With our aid, however, victory could be found, along with a new ally.
I understand. Your counsel is appreciated, Laurel, even if the lesson you teach is a bitter one. Captain Gatrak, We will remain in the system and fight by your side. To the end.
No, I want to be very clear. I'm not just... I know I joke a lot on the stream, but I want to be very sincere about this. I'm not joking. The more I analyze the structure and styling of this, both from a gameplay perspective and a story perspective, the more it feels like this is a tutorial. It's just repurposed or redesigned a little bit to fit over here instead of over here.
Very well. Honor to you and your house, matriarch. Today we will rid the stars of Devur and his lackeys. Comply!
Attention, enemy forces! Out of respect for your courage, I offer you the chance to quit this system and surrender it to the authority of Emperor Jempok. Remain, and I shall give you the honor of a warrior's death.
Me too, Junk Garage. Me too.
They're on a collision course!
Evasive action!
There's no time!
Brace for him!
Uh-oh.
The truck and his crew died with honor. Soon they will be with Talis and Stovacor, singing songs of glory and victory. You have our thanks. Without your strength, we would have been defeated.
Oh yeah, by the way, the fact that Stovacor is real, if news of that spread, do you know what that would do to the Klingon Empire? Do you know what it would mean if die in battle equals go to heaven?
Indeed. But now, Devur and his fleet were critical to Jempok's plan for this sector. Without them, House Gorath will be able to maintain control here.
But the incredible and powerful and amazing Jempok is just too strong. We're not done fighting him yet.
Agreed. With the loss of Gatrok, I am now in command of our forces here. Know that you can rely on us when the time comes. Until then, we will await your call to glorious battle.
Well, I'm assuming because Laurel directly references Stovacor with regards to her deal and all that. But you're right, we haven't actually been to Stovacor, so wouldn't that be funny if Grethor is the only place that actually exists?
Martok sends word from the Kuvat system. It is not good news.
Do we have to do another patrol?
New rifts are opening.
Yeah, you know what?
Inform our allies and ask them to assemble at Kuvat. We will meet at Martok's coordinates.
Oh yeah, but if your grandfather screwed up, sucks to be you. Just yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. It would be complete chaos. Like again, you might say, but the Klingons already think that. Yeah, there's a difference between we think that, or we believe that, or it might be true, or whatever, and we know as empirical fact that the afterlife exists, and that's how you get into it. There's a distinction there, you know?
There are still a few ships defending the system, but they are outnumbered by the enemy. Martok is here, but where are our allies? Why did they not answer the call to arms?
Have patience! The warriors of House Kang had to return to their vessels. House Gorath's fleet was decimated by Akar's virus. Yes, but they will respond, for they are Klingon. They gave their word, and they will honor it. It falls to us to hold the line and keep the Alache at bay until they arrive. Kapla!
You heard him. We gotta hold the line against the most terrifying foe of all. The tutorial villain from the Romulan story arc. I do wonder, Trithon. I really do. I wish, every now and again, I wish I had more sway and political capital in the video game space so that I could reach out to the developers of STO and be like, so what happened? Because this whole arc sucks. Why does it suck so badly?
I know your face. You are Cha'ula of House Mokai. Your craven weapon scarred Kuvat and killed many Klingons. Why are you here? Do you come to atone for your crimes?
In a way, yes. I have come to defend the birth world of my mother from these attacks. My allies and I pledge to stop the Elachi and seal these rifts forever.
Fresh reminder, you see those shipyards down there? She wanted to target and kill those. It's just, Akar decided to target the city instead.
And how am I to know that this is not more of your Mokai treachery? Honeyed words meant to deceive and ensnare before the killing blow?
You have my word of honor, warrior. Mine and the word of General Martok. I trust that will be sufficient.
I have heard that you walked among us once again, Laurel. It pleases me to see the rumors are true. If you and Martok are willing to fight at Cha'ula's side, I will do so as well.
I hope you get to the good stuff, Blade Duval. I hope you enjoy the good stuff.
Now, you say you come to help with these rifts. There is one nearby. Show us that your word has value here, Cha'ula. Close the rift now.
Two more rifts have opened nearby!
But, okay. I don't think there's a really big pet class in terms of Guild Wars 2. I guess it depends on how you were playing your Ritualist. Either way, Revenant is as close as it gets to that. The problem is most classes in Guild Wars 2 can be most types of gameplay. I say problem. It's one of the benefits of the game. Still, Revenants are pretty legit. I can recommend them. Oh god, that's even worse. It could... almost made that happen. Yeah, we're obviously going after Jimpok. Who do you think's going to kill Jimpok? For those of you who have not played this game. No spoilers here.
Reading a new rift opening, much larger than before.
We must investigate it at once.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing, Junk Garage.
This new rift is a lot larger and more powerful than any we have seen so far. Are we going to be able to close it?
Why not?
Well, out with it! Can we close it or not?
Adaptar?
They do. I am reading two signals from the other side of the rift. One is using a heavily encrypted Elachi code. The other is using code unique to House Mokai. I believe someone has acquired some of the Mokai tech from our earlier incursions into the mycelial realm and modified it. They are using it to create these rifts.
So this is where the rifts are coming from. They not only have a super weapon out here that can do it, but now they're actually in the mycelial realm and just doing it. Keep in mind, if anybody does this too long and too hard, it will destroy all life everywhere, in every universe, in every multiverse.
I have tried several times. The command systems are not recognizing the orders.
So you know what that means.
We will not be able to do much more from here. The solution to this problem lies within the mycelial network.
Ugh.
You and I will lead a team into the mycelial network and attempt to contact our allies there. Perhaps the Jasep or the liberated Alachi can assist us. Failing that, we will need to find a solution to the problem ourselves.
Yeah, at least it's pretty. The mycelial realm looks pretty legit, I'll give him that.
Bringing a resolution to this conflict with the Alachi will be difficult, Ja'ula. But I believe you will find a way to do so. Go now. We will wait for you here and defend Kovat from any further attacks.
If you've never played Control, that's a good one, Yada. Especially for testing a new rig. So for those of you not aware, Guild Wars 2 has a thing that happens once a year where you go into a retro gaming area. It is surprisingly in-depth. There's actually a lot of quests and missions, jumping puzzles. It's good fun. It's actually a lot of fun to do. I would actually... They never do this. They don't have the funding. They don't have the money. But I would love it if every time we go into the mycelial realm, we just go into that.
This is what it was like before, when my forces attacked. I was a fool, blind with rage. I am not proud of this. Then, the task to restore order fell upon your shoulders. Now, that responsibility belongs to me.
Right, because I'm not here. You're the main character here.
I am reading several Alachi life signs nearby. They appear to be in an agitated state. I doubt they will be willing or able to help us. Get ready to fight!
Okay.
I am also picking up an Alachi communication relay on the tricorder. Perhaps we can use it to send a message to our allies within the mycelial realm.
Okay.
Alachi! They were waiting to attack!
Hey, let me open a portal to the sun in the Alachi realm here. Or, I mean, the mycelial realm. You know, I actually legitimately think the only reason we are here... Have any of you ever been on one of those really crummy rides? Where there's no action, it's just you're going around on a slow-moving track, and it's showing you stuff, and it's usually, like, overdone and badly visualized with bad music, and, oh, this person's super amazing! That's what we're doing on these quests. We're on the freaking... It's a small world after all, except it's the Ja'ula. It's a Ja'ula world after all, is what we're going friggin' through here.
Look there. Those lights. Those are the filaments used for transport here, yes? They connect different parts of the mycelial realm. We should be able to use this to reach the next island and continue our search for the comms relay.
Yes, I know what a bridge is.
The communication relay lies ahead. If my readings are accurate, we can use it to trigger a signal. Something that our allies among the liberated Alachi will notice.
We had to bring Stamets back. We had to make a new life form in the form of Stamets in order to make a bridge happen earlier. That's bright. Yeah, that. Nah. Okay, there we go. We're okay. We're okay. Everything's okay.
Our signal was received, but not by our allies.
Oh no!
No response. We need to boost the signal. Let us continue onward. We may find a stronger relay station deeper within the realm.
To further emphasize my point, you notice how she's literally the quest giver at this point? Or I guess the mission objective giver, but it's the same equivalence. We're just doing whatever she tells us to at this point.
Do you see it? Another Ilachi comms relay just ahead. Perhaps we can use it to boost our signal and make contact with the liberated Ilachi.
Whee!
Look out! More Ilachi are attacking! Look! That Ilachi doesn't seem corrupted like the others.
Still untrue, my friend. You are fortunate I received your last transmission. I see that you travel with the criminal, Ja'ula. This is most unusual. Please, explain yourself.
Dude, you have no idea the kind of day I've been having.
If you do not trust me, Ilachi, trust in your friend's judgment. I am here to help. We believe there are others using modified versions of my tech to create a massive rift. Our attempts to shut it down have not been successful. Perhaps, by working together, we can close the rift and put an end to the spread of corruption here.
This would explain why our efforts to neutralize the corruption have failed. We did not have the information on your tech we needed. Ja'ula, if you give me your word of honor, I will assist your realm.
I don't think she knows what that word means.
I give you my word of honor. As a Klingon warrior and the leader of my house, we will fight at your side and work together to make things right in this place.
Very well. We must move quickly. The corrupted ones have sent a fleet of considerable strength through it to attack your realm, and are preparing more vessels to strike.
What's the next move?
There is a device nearby that we can use to destabilize the rift. Come, I will show you the way.
Can you go faster than the speed of Stroll? Please. Please.
A shaper lies ahead. It is a device that uses spore mist to alter the terrain and the environment. We can reconfigure this device to release a wave of energized spore mist. The wave will cleanse the corruption from the mycelium as it flows throughout the realm. It will begin to destabilize, eventually reaching a point where it can be closed. Be advised, the corrupted ones are using the shaper to maintain the rift. They will defend it to the death.
Well, okay. I don't think it likes there being multiple people here. No, thankfully, gameplay-wise, it hasn't been that bad. I know that I'm being, kind of playing up how awful the story is, and it's also legitimately awful regardless of memes. But I've said it before and I've said it again. Bad story is something that, I can endure better than bad gameplay. I've talked about that so many times before. If this was aggravating gameplay-wise, yeah, no, I'd just be spitting bullets right now. Instead, this is merely a terrible story.
Good. We can now use the Shaper to undo the madness of the corrupted ones. Yes, myself and Ja'ula. She will deal with her tech, while I deal with that of the corrupted ones. Working together, we can enable the reconfiguration process and destabilize the rift.
Yeah, exactly, Junk Garage. Thankfully, the gameplay side of this game, even despite everything else, has been doing better. And will continue to do better for the most part. There's some exceptions to that. I do think they've basically given up on ground missions. Like, there's one specific mission in the Terran arc I can think of right now, which is just boring. Just straight up boring. Move to a room, kill 50 enemies, move to a room, kill 50 enemies. It's excessive.
Remain vigilant, for the corrupted ones will return, and in force. You must defend us while we reconfigure the Shaper.
But there's some cool space missions, and I actually like both of the TFOs that are currently live in the Terran arc. I think it's Redshift. It's the one where we go to rescue you-know-who. Kirk, Sulu, and Chakov. That is correct, Papanese. But yeah, I do like the next arc. When we get there... Oh, somebody actually asked a question. I forgot to ask this out loud. So the way that these things work is we will be adjusting and modifying the score of the MMO for patch content. That's going to be true for FF14, and it's going to be true for Star Trek Online, and it may someday be true for Tor, and possibly WoW. So, when we do cover the full of the Terran stuff, once it's done, we will go ahead and affix that onto and then amend the STO
Quickly,
score.
use the other console to unlock the next set of modifications.
Which is good, because Lord knows this game is going to need it after this arc, which has been almost universally negative. You know what? I would buy that, Trathon. I can see why Q did this all the time. This is fun. You just need to find a pet human. Sir, she's a Betazoid. Shut up. As I say, we've only given 2 story positives to this entire arc. Madron, Gowron.
Move to the next console and unlock it.
God, that's sad. I mean, I stand by what I've said many times. I do still enjoy this game. A lot of the bad stuff is skippable, which helps for, you know, it doesn't matter for the review, but it does matter for people just picking it up and playing it. And of course, it's a sushi game, you know? It's actually funny. People have asked for years, you know, what's a sushi game that has a bad score? And I was like, well, so far all the games we've covered that have gotten the sushi tag have been good games. But finally we're going to get one. Actually, I think like the lowest sushi score is 58, which is, you know, not that high.
Now, activate the final sequence at the console on the far side of the machine.
Are we done holding the line? Whoop, whoop, I'm stuck on the train. Oh, Jesus. There we go.
It worked. The wave is cleansing the realm of corruption, and the rift is beginning to destabilize.
Good, now what?
I will return with you to your realm. The liberated Elachi wish to bring an end to such incursions to our realm, and I believe I can help you with that task.
Good.
Very well. Let us return to your ship now. The window for safe transport back to your realm is closing soon. It worked. The wave is... I will very well.
It worked. I will very well.
The rift soon.
So, let's do it.
Very well. Until that time comes, we must defend Kuvat and face the Alachi in battle.
I really would like to do the last mission today, yeah.
We have detected several Klingon vessels on long-range sensors. They are approaching at high warp, but we do not know if they are friends or foes.
Hold the line. I think I have to do that one alone, don't I? I guess I'll find out. No, never mind. I think I did that one with Pax. I'm probably going to go into overtime on this one. Because, yeah, that last mission, if I'm remembering correctly, is pretty long. Going to be a bit late tonight, comma, streaming, period. But honestly, if you want to help out and just speed it up, Warpcore, I do not mind. Because yeah, let's just get this over with. Let's not do something awkward and do like an hour of streaming on Monday. Let's just get this out of the way. Let's finish it up. Yeah, I've noticed that too, Mike Tomato. The sound, so what's happening there is most engines have a set limit on how many separate and distinct sound files can play simultaneously. And how many that limit is depends on the game. And, you know, older games tend to have much fewer things. That's one of the reasons why, like, in really old games, the sound channel and one of the music channels actually coincide. So, like, sometimes sound effects will interrupt part of the music. That's like in, like, NES era stuff, but still. Anyways. Point is, you can tell that in several of these cases, there's so much going on. You'll notice we can't even see all of our attacks at this point either, by the way, because there's so much firepower and so many objects being rendered. And yeah, this engine is ancient. This sucker is old.
The rift has destabilized to a point where it can be closed from this side. I recommend haste. The corrupted ones have a large fleet moving to exit the rift as we speak.
Watch out! An Alachi fleet made it out before the rift closed!
I could totally picture that, Drathon. I really can.
The call to arms was given, and House Kang has
Victory
responded.
is ours! The Alachi have been driven from the system, and Kuvat is secure
stands
once
with you
more.
as well.
Yes, to friends and foes alike. After today, more allies
House Kong's here. Kang,
along
whatever.
with House Kang and House Gorath.
Cool. We will totally need these pathetic, insignificant houses at our side when we go crush Jimpak like a bug.
I have received word from my contacts among the Orions and the Gorn. They stand ready to join us when the time comes.
The Free Alachi will join the fight as well. We desire an end to this conflict, and to the usage of the mycelial weapon.
Duh.
Tarsev, I would speak with you later about a mycelial matter. For now, however, I believe we all have to prepare for the last campaign. Soon, the time will come to face Jimpak and his forces in battle.
Once again, this being built up as some big final battle would make more sense as this is a tutorial, because Jimpak is a final boss like that bandit leader at the end of the cave is a final boss, you know? It's technically true, but...
Word of our deeds is spreading throughout the Empire. More allies stand ready to fight at our side, but we cannot rest easy. The mad Emperor will retaliate with all the forces he can muster. While it is said that revenge is a dish that is best served cold, we should expect the unexpected from Jimpok. In his madness, he will be unpredictable. In his desperation, he may commit unthinkable acts to avenge his losses.
He may even make this very story arc to absolutely destroy the score of Star Trek Online as his final stained act upon an otherwise brilliant game.
We follow the example of Kalish and fight with honor.
No, think about it. Jimpok has sucked from the moment this game came out. I'm not joking. He always has sucked. And his final act is to screw over the score of this game by being in this god-awful story arc.
Jimpok is trapped on Kronos, guarded by the few warriors loyal to his cause. Our recent victories have weakened his position and brought many allies to our banner. There will not be a better time to strike. As Kalish once defeated the forces of the tyrant Molor, so shall we put an end to the reign of Jimpok. Join us in the Boreth system as we prepare for glorious and honorable battle.
Hold up. I know we're on a timer, but hear me out for a second, okay? At the end of the Klingon War, we do this big thing and we get the Harpang weapon. At the end of the Romulan Mystery, we do this thing and we get, like, I forget what it is, but, like, at the end of each of these arcs, with only a couple of exceptions, we usually get some kind of unique item, or you can do it multiple times to get a nice set piece, right? Like, we've got Surface Tension, which gives some good stuff. Delta arc has Dust to Dust, which gives a couple of cool things. The Iconian War, Midnight gives some really awesome stuff. Each of these gives you something cool, right? You know what we get from this, the final mission of this stupid quest? A Tetrion Mind Barrier, that's a ground kit, or dual disruptors. That's it. These are, if you're not understanding, if you're not familiar with this game, this is generico gear. This is the kind of crap that drops off of mobs. Yep, that's right. Even the gear of this thing sucks. But it would make more sense if it was tutorial. If this was giving you something to help you out and give you your first kit piece or maybe something else to get you started on your ground thing. Because both of those are ground items. By the way, the Terran stuff already gives us good gear, before you ask. Ignoring the ship I'm flying around in. Yeah, no, exactly, Space Cadet. This could be your first good weapon. Maybe it's your first purple, for example. You know, probably low marked, but still. Let's get this over with.
As we stand ready to attack Jimpok, I am reminded of another
really tall.
adversary, Cole of House Kor. Like Jimpok, he craved personal power, to be the single ruler of the Empire. For a time, it seemed that he would succeed, but in the end, his arrogance led to his undoing. Such will be the fate of Jimpok today.
I do, Mike D'Amato.
I regret following the orders of such a dishonorable leader.
You tried to kill me, dude.
There are others who stand ready to take his place and serve the Empire well. The future holds no place for Jimpok and those like him. The only place for them is Grethor.
Well, we do have an appointment.
Jimpok ordered the invasion of Gorn space and forced our king to bend the knee. Since then, we have been little more than puppets of the Empire and of Jimpok. Today, we will fight for the Empire, not as pawns, but as equals. Today, the puppets will cut the strings!
That sounds like an awesome story arc you could have done a lot of cool things with. The Gorn wanting to be free from the Empire. The internecine politics of trying to be your own separate state or recognized as equals within the state. That sounds awesome. Why didn't we do that?
And then he said, either move or I'm going to have to place you under arrest. Ah! A Ferengi Starfleet cadet telling 3 Klingon warriors to move. That boy had more courage than 10 of these Nokpu surrounding Jimpak. Remember this. Courage comes in all sizes and shapes.
Dahar Master Kang knew this as well. When I was a child, he told me of his glorious adventures. He went into battle with brave and honorable warriors from many worlds. Humans, Trill, even Vulcans.
I do not care what planet they come from. If they are here to knock Jempak from his throne, they are friends of mine. If we are victorious, I will drink with them and sing great songs of glory. And should we die, I will see them in Stovacor, and we will take our place among the honored dead.
But other species don't go to Stovacor. That we know of. We're also not 100% sure it exists.
There is a human saying, necessity is the mother of invention. After all I have experienced in this war, I have come to realize the profound wisdom in those words. Necessity drove me to create defenses against the tricks of Akar. It has driven us to work with the Alachi on defenses against a weapon that once belonged to us.
It also led to the means to close mycelial rifts and restore the sanity of corrupted Elachi, to turn foes into friends.
I suppose necessity drove us to join the fight against Jempak, although the chance to make a tidy profit was also a motivating factor. I suspect the Nausicaans, Lethians, and Ferasans felt the necessity of staying loyal to Jempak. Too bad. They're about to learn they're backing the wrong side.
A hard lesson, but one I'm looking forward to teaching them.
Warriors from many worlds, you stand ready to fight and restore the Empire. It is my honor to go into battle with you. Know this. Today, the forces of Jempak will know defeat!
Alright, we've gone to hell, recovered an ancient legendary woman, we've sided with Ja'ula, we've united most of the local groups, we've got all this stuff, we've gone to the mycelial realm, and twice. Alright, we've got this. All of this was in preparation for a big, amazing, fantastic plan that we're going to use to bring down the incredibly powerful and overwhelming Jempak. What's the plan?
You know what you must do. Face your enemy, show them your blade, fight well, in the name of Kahless, and for the glory of the Empire.
Remember what you fight for today. All of you, no matter what world you call home, know what it means to be Klingon. If that is in your heart, and the enemy takes your life, today will be a good day to die.
Okay, but what's the plan?
Well said. All hands, report to your stations. We depart for Kronos soon.
Are we seriously A-moving? Are we seriously A-moving after all the nonsense we just went through?
Before you return to your ship, I would speak to you.
What?
A lot is riding on the Alachi and their modifications to this vessel. Do they have your confidence? Your trust?
More than you, lady.
Let us hope so. There is one other matter. A personal request.
What?
You were at my side in Grethor.
Huh?
You know of the deal I made to secure L'Rell's freedom. I have asked those I trust to fulfill my oath should I fall in battle. I count you among their number. If I die before ending Akar and Jempak, will you do what must be done to send them both to Grethor?
Lady, I'm Federation. They will die very comfortably in a Federation cell, probably like 50 years from now. They're going straight to Grethor.
Very well. By your hand or mine, may Akar and Jempak stand before Fek'lhr on this day. The fleet is in position. Beam back to your ship when you are ready to proceed.
Lovely plan, really. So I can either make this whole story arc good or make one change. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that terrible, terrible mobile device
Fleet
on
is
their
in
head.
position.
Mobile
Just
game.
outside the range of enemy sensors. When the word is given, we'll go to maximum warp and travel to the assigned coordinates. Move your vessel into position when you are ready.
Okay. I like the name of the ship, by the way. I think I've seen you fly that before. I don't think I can...
Time draws near. If you are prepared for battle, glory, I will give...
I don't think I can think of one change to this game that would be superior than making this entire story arc better, because this entire story arc is a cancerous... black hole on this game. Game.
All ships have reported in. We are holding position outside the Praxis debris field. Loyalist forces are moving into defensive positions as...
The last time I saw Praxis, it was the first night of a full moon. Like the Empire, I thought it would last forever. And yet now, the Empire is shattered, like the moon above our homeworld.
Now, what my line of dialogue there says is, unlike Praxis, the Empire can be restored. But actually what I'm going to say is, maybe not, you know? Maybe the Empire should stay shattered like Praxis.
Indeed. It is our duty, and we will not fail. Attention all hands! The time has come. Begin the assault. For the Empire!
Counting TFOs, I believe this is the 5th time we've either assaulted or defended Kronos. Depending on how you define that. They basically fought over Kronos.
Yes, this is more like it. Helm, get us into knife fighting range. Tactical, full power to disruptors.
The incoming
Does he mean that literally, sir? You heard him. And Martok's just leaning out the edge with a knife. Yeah. Yeah, commence Operation A-Move. And if you don't understand why I'm making fun of the A-Move thing, you brought back this legendary woman. We did an entire episode focused just on that. Just so she could give us the incredible advice of, go get him.
Lady Ja'ula, my thanks for bringing your fleet into range.
Hey, buddy.
Well, are you going to chew ligament all day? Shut up and fight!
Like I said, completely rewrite Ja'ula. Or eject her entirely.
You may fire the weapon at will.
This stock is ready to fire, but it isn't targeting the Klingon.
What? All ships, take evasive action!
Hang on, I'm busy absolutely pasting his fleet. I mean, obviously I'm not the only one here, because, you know, Warp Core's helping me out, but we're just pasting him. Just smashing. Yeah, I could see, like, us, like, maybe this was supposed to be the Mokai Klingon starter. Oh god, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? That makes even more sense than what I was talking about earlier. This isn't just a tutorial, this is a Mokai tutorial. And we have to have this whole arc of, we will do whatever we can to fight the enemy because my brother. And maybe have the arc be about how she slowly starts to realize that her brother was freaking Hitler. And he was wrong about everything.
Fleet upon Ja'ula, ship by ship, while you watch.
Direct hit on the Volcar! They are breaking up!
Evasive maneuvers, all ships! Do not let them lock onto you!
If J'impok will not willingly fire upon us, then we must trick him into doing so.
Keep fighting! Show them what it means to be Klingon!
We need to adjust our tactics, or that weapon will be the death of us all.
All ships, maintain evasive maneuvers. Pattern Lucara Voknai!
Yeah, exactly, Kira White. I was like, maybe just play with the idea, you know? Something like that. That being said, if there was one change I could make to Star Trek Online, it would be if I had infinite power and time. end statement. Because then I can make a lot of changes to this game, trust me. I've decided to completely overhaul the engine.
Rendezvous with the Katinga and draw Jempok's fire to me!
Where's the... Oh, it's you, not me. I should see the Katinga in this nonsense. Yeah, no, just literally do a total overhaul. Put the game on hold for a bit. Say, alright, no new updates, no new nothing. We're gonna grandfather in a bunch of stuff. Where is the Katinga? But yeah, no, pull an ARR. Except, honestly, even more so, really.
When you are targeted by the mycelial weapon, come to me immediately.
This is it. This is the finale.
You've been targeted by the Crystal. Rendezvous with the Katinga and draw Jempok's fire to me!
I wouldn't go with... Well, I'd make it so first person is an option.
All hands, prepare to be targeted by the mycelial weapon. Brace for impact!
But it would also have third person option, I would think.
I told you not to fire at Jo'ula. Was she destroyed?
I cannot tell. Too much interference on sensors.
It worked. Tarsev's device worked.
Once more onto the breach.
Dear friends.
Hi.
The liberated Alachi are here to fight at your side, as we promised.
Glory to you, Tarsev, and to your people. Kapla!
Fighting alongside Alachi. Your dishonor knows no bounds, traitor.
Really, dude? Really?
I believe you touched a nerve, my lady. The Kristak is decloaking for battle.
Destroy every vessel between us and the Katinga, but leave her intact.
All vessels, fire to disable the Kristak. They will not have a warrior's death.
Reading fluctuations in shields and impulse systems on the Kristak. Their weapons are still online, however. The Kristak is taking damage, but they are still in the fight. Keep up the pressure! Reading massive system failures on the Kristak, and their main drive is leaking plasma. They are
all
disabled.
Warriors aboard the Kristak. This is Matriarch Jo'ula. You are beaten. Stand down and prepare to be boarded. Surrender the tyrant Jempok to me, and you will be shown leniency. Defend him, and you will know death.
Which would mean heaven.
There will be no victory for you today, traitors. If I cannot have Kronos, no one will. I will detonate the very weapon that L'Rell used to become Chancellor. The homeworld will become the grave of the Klingon Empire. Test me at your peril.
Okay, so the fact that this even exists irritates me. It irritated me in Discovery Season 1, and it irritates me here.
It is called a hydrobomb. A terrorist placed it in the planet's core during the war with the Federation. Some allies acquired the detonator and gave it to me. It allowed me to give the High Council a choice. Accept my leadership, end the war, or face the destruction of Kronos.
He has beamed to the Great Hall and raised defensive shields. He means to dig in, wait for reinforcements, and force us to quit the field. If we push too hard, call his bluff.
Also, Jempok's plan is, if I can't rule it, nobody can, which it can be an interesting character trait, but it's just really petty here.
I have known Jempok longer than any of you. I have faced him in battle. I know his heart. Go to him and issue a formal challenge. His pride, his arrogance, will not allow him to refuse you.
So,
sometimes the old ways are best. Face the filthy Patak, Ja'ula, and bury your blade in his heart.
Why didn't we do this earlier?
Whatever you plan to do, I recommend haste. The IKS Targ is approaching with a fleet at high warp.
Very well. Adetpa, I want you and Cochrane to lead our forces here against Dakar and his fleet. I will lead a team to First City and seek to challenge Jempak there. As former chancellors, I would like L'Rell and Martok at my side to bear witness to our honorable victory.
Why am I going?
If that is your wish, I will not deny you.
Why am I going?
We will transport as close as we can to the Great Hall and begin the final assault from there. Kapla!
Alright, so who's ready for what might actually be a negative to gameplay? Because we gotta go fight the final boss fight here. And I remember it being extraordinarily irritating.
Remind me to have a word with Adetpa, if we survive. This is not an ideal place to begin our attack. That smell. Worse than Fek'lhr's backside.
Under the circumstances, this was the closest she could get us to the Great Hall. Plug your nose and forge on.
Be wary. I know
Listen,
around
do you
here
hear?
we have more
The
than
sounds of
Jimpak's
battle
troops to worry
and
about.
bloodthirst. They stand to suffer under Jimpak's Keep your weapons handy. We may have more allies here than you think, General.
Look! Dissension in the ranks! Now is the time to strike!
Take the loyalists down while they are distracted!
In a weird sense of deja vu, but I think it's just because I did this mission, like, just a few months ago. Which I guess it is true for all these missions, it's just, I don't know.
Hold your fire! I am General Martok. Who do you fight for?
We are warriors of House Kang, General. We fight to restore the Empire.
Nice defensive shield there. Yeah, no, I wonder if they could ever actually turn this into an intro. Like, if they could just repurpose this at this point into the new intro. Which would be a shame, because they recently redid the Klingon intro. It's just, you know. Again, it would take some rejiggering. And there would have to be some decisions made, but I still think it could work. Certainly work better than what this is. Where is my person? There you are. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, it is good management
Well fought,
to
Orion.
try and take pieces of an existing...
That Orion was
Like, if you're working on two projects at the same time, and one of them ends up getting canceled, it's a fairly common process to go ahead and use pieces and ideas from one of those projects on the other to help save on development time. That's true regardless of gaming, you know?
The Lady Ja'ula of House Mokai. Truly, it is an honor to meet you. Please, allow me to offer you my personal gratitude.
Gratitude? For what? I do not know you, Orion. What are you talking about?
His name is Usan Vek, and he is a notorious pirate. I suspect he's thanking you for all the good business this war has provided him. He made the mistake of attacking some freighters carrying goods from my house. A mistake he will never make again, if he is wise.
Consider that lesson well learned, General. I have far better uses for my ships than to serve as target practice for the warriors of House Martok. That's a tall order, friend. There isn't much around here that can get past those shields. Fortunately for you, I happen to have something that will. For the right price, of course.
Is it just climbing over? We have the grapple hook things.
Earlier, you mentioned your gratitude. Provide us with the means to bypass the shielding, and we shall express our gratitude to you in return. Unless you prefer to deal with the Emperor.
I've seen what the Emperor does to Orions, my lady. We have a deal. Not far from here, some associates of mine are guarding a shipment of Tetrion explosives. They will knock that shielding down quite nicely. Though there is a small issue to be dealt with, I'm afraid. My associates recently informed me that their position was in danger of being compromised by Imperial security. Unless you want those Tetrion lovelies in the hands of the Emperor, I'd suggest lending my people a hand. You'll find them at the following coordinates.
I knew Usan Vek to be bold, but running a smuggling operation in the first city?
What?
I am not sure if he is bold or insane.
Yeah, by the way,
I suspect a pirate operating in the Empire would need to be both, General.
how did you know about that? Anyways, another very, very, very minor sub-thread of all of this, which is only mentioned like a grand total of 3 times, is that Jimpak is a Klingon supremacist. Now, that's funny since Ja'ula is a Klingon supremacist, and arguably so is L'Rell, and Takuvma definitely was. But anyways, point being, the bad guy was a Klingon supremacist.
That Gorn is Usan Vek's enforcer. Talk to him about the explosives.
The Goth told us help was on the way. Nice to see he wasn't lying. Imperial security has arrested my crew pinned down inside. If you're here to help, you need to get in there.
I'll set some Tetrion charges.
We can talk about such things after we save my crew. Agreed?
Fine.
What's your aim? Wouldn't want to blow up your prize, would you?
Good advice. Shoot at Imperial security forces only.
Do we have to? I want to shoot everything. Is that cool? Remember, one of Ja'ula's platforms she was running on is, and I quote, I'm going to go take the fight back to the Federation, and the war's going to go the way it was supposed to go last time. That was literally something she said to us to try and tempt us to join her.
Ask the Gorn to check the cargo manifest. There may not be enough here to get the job done.
In a bit. There we go.
According to the cargo manifest, all of the Tetrion charges are in here. Is there a problem?
Yeah, it's not enough.
What are you trying to do? There's enough Tetrion in here to blow up a dreadnought.
Yeah, I want to take out that shielding over there.
I see. You'll need to hit it at a weak point. Cause enough of a surge to overload the primary emitters and the backup grid. Scanning. Found one. Courtyard side entrance, not far from here. It's a narrower approach. Less need to repel firepower of the same magnitude as the front gates.
Very well. Secure the charges and prepare for battle. We must not fail now. The battle is won. Gather the Tetrion charges while you can.
Now, I want you to remember what he just said. There's enough. We're getting 50 Tetrion bombs. And we're going to use... Now, he was obviously exaggerating when he says there's enough to take out a dreadnought. But still, the exaggeration gets across the point. This is a lot of munitions, which is going to make a big boom. And it's not enough to break open the front gate, which, debatable, but whatever. Let's ignore that for a second. I just want you to process that for a moment, okay?
We've got what we came for. Let's go.
I need to go up, don't I? Yep. I've said it before and I've said it again. I don't even want Martok as Chancellor. I just want the Klingon Empire to go away. Whole thing. Boom. Nuked. Yes, I know that was my right hand. Okay, here it is. Let's leave this huge amount of explosives here.
Tetrion charges.
50, if you were paying attention. This is 50 Tetrion mines. Which were just... yeah.
Charges in place. Now, get to a safe distance and detonate them.
A safe distance is... hang on. Right here. Enough explosives to knock out a dreadnought. Huh?
Reinforcements are beaming in. Prepare for battle.
The disciples of none. Watch out for their nanopulse weapons.
Like the wind, I do not respect a fool. And there are many of them asking to dance.
Oh yeah, the nanopulse weapons, that's the lightsaber stuff I keep making fun of, if you're wondering. Oh no. Martok's dead.
The Emperor awaits you in the Great Hall.
Face him, if you have the spine for it.
Oops.
Go. Do what must be done.
Did you have to look to mommy for that?
To the Rotaran. Join the fight there. From one ex-chancellor to another. Use it well.
Why would... okay.
Come! We have business within the Great Hall.
Laurel is so amazing she gets to wield the Sword of Kalis for basically no reason. Just in case you thought it was just Ja'ula that gets all these she's amazing Mary Sue vibes of this one. So who's ready for the final boss fight?
Do you miss this place, Mother? This is as close as you'll get to being Chancellor again, I'm afraid.
You are blocking my path, lackey. Make way!
Arrogant, misbegotten clone! Janchu!
So, there's Ja'ula, who is fighting Jimpock in one-to-one combat. They're locked behind a force field, which is locked behind a force field.
Yeah.
Our final boss is a car.
You will
see
not
where this
save
is
her.
going.
Ja'ula will die on the
It's even
Emperor's
worse than what
blade.
you're thinking.
Those force fields are blocking our way. Destroy the emitters in the walls to bring them down.
So many fools, all eager to fight in a burning house. Ha ha! How clever you are. But you will go no further.
These emitters have shields. Disable them with your tricorder, then destroy the emitters.
So,
time is your true enemy. I have plenty of it, but Ja'ula has but a few dregs remaining.
So you're probably wondering how Akar is still alive, even though we just beat the pants out of him while I was doing this objective in the background. Well, give me a moment here. Oh, nice. It's actually chaining properly and everything.
This is where you fail. You will never get past me.
So now we have to fight Akar.
You should have stayed in your own time, barbarian. There is no place for you in my empire.
Delusional old fool! The only place for you is Grethor, and you will be there soon enough.
So then Akar beams out.
Not this time. Energize!
Adet Pa, we need to block Akar's personal transporter.
Have you tried shooting him before he can use it?
You know he runs at the first sign of peril, Captain. We need to prevent that.
Understood. I need his transporter frequency. With that, I can block him. When he transports, scan the area he left. A few scans should provide his complete frequency.
You are brave!
And he's
it's
out
the
again.
brave ones who die. Always. Account to Tog! Emergency transport!
Quick! Scan his transporter signature.
I love how the dialogue's like 20 seconds behind everything we're doing. So here's the construction of this final boss fight.
Time to do something about that.
So,
Initiate transport! Immediately!
every time... Jeez, this is a lot of dialogue.
Scan his transporter signature.
Every time we beat him, and he comes back, respawns with full health and full shields, but every time we beat him, he beams out.
There is still fight in you!
And 3 times we have to scan the spot where he was, of which there's a timer on it, consequently.
No. Not this time. Energize!
Quick! Scan his transporter signature.
Then...
Got it! I have locked him out of his own transporter. Send him screaming to Grethor, my lady!
I see fools remain while the house burns to ashes. Pathetic!
And he's dead.
What is this? What have you done?
Oh, there is no escape for you this time, my worm. Give my regards to Fek'lhr!
You cannot win. I will not allow it. You shall never rule. Talk pa, talk be.
Not to be.
They will never follow you. Never.
So yeah. So yes, Ja'ula and Laurel both killed Jimpak.
I believe this belongs to you now.
And then Ja'ula gets the sword of Kalis. But hang on, we're not done yet.
No. It is not my destiny. It belongs in your hand, as Chancellor.
Rech Klingon Wuchtach Judge!
Draenor is free. For those of you who get that. Ah! Oh my god. I just want to stop for a moment and mention that when I first did this, I was pissed. I was so angry. Oh my god, I was livid. After all this crap, Ja'ula kills Jimpak, which already pissed me off. And then, remember, the entire story arc of all of STO and also arguably Deep Space Nine and Enterprise if we're really getting into it, has been about how the Klingon Empire has been on a downswing for over a century. Just getting
2 weeks have passed since the fall of
what? I didn't hit it. I wasn't even hitting my hands on the keyboard.
The honored dead have joined their ancestors in Stovokor.
Worf's here.
Has returned to the Empire. Rebuilding what was broken or lost has begun.
Whatever. So the Empire's on decline, right?
There is more to be done.
So the big, final, climactic story end...
We will celebrate our hard-fought victory.
...of the Empire's decline and how it desperately needs reform and blah, 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 blah. Is the Empire's reformed right back to where it was supposed to be. Right back to where it was. Just... That's it. Yeah, it's a straight-up return to the old ways. And I'm not just speaking facetiously. Look thematically at how many major powers in Star Trek Online, how many of them literally reform into a new and better society, and a better government, and how thematically constant it is throughout all of STO that old enemies become new allies, and there's like a move forward. You have the Romulan Republic, and the complete shift in what happens with the Dominion, and the Cardassians, and showing what happens with them, and blah, 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 blah. We see this constantly. And yet, here, the Klingons are right back to square one. And I know that's a weird thing to be pissed off about amidst all the other dreck we just slogged through. But after having gone through all of that to hit the reset button, think about it. Yeah, again, if this was a tutorial, shuffling this before, honestly, the Romulan arc, I would say. The more I think about it, the more I think it would be better back there. Then the Romulan arc happens, the Republic is formally ratified and unified, that leads to the Solanae stuff, yada, yada, yada. That would actually work a lot better than this nonsense.
There are more like me among the liberated Alachi. Some prefer life within the mycelial network, but others would like to return to their former lives when the time is right.
Are you one of those people?
Not at this time. The Alliance has asked me to represent the liberated Alachi. As an ambassador, I will be able to forge a new future for my people, and to protect the sanctity of the mycelial network. Perhaps in the future, I will return to a life among the Romulan people. But for now, my place is with the Alachi.
Well, it's good to know that the Alliance exists, kind of. You know, only a little bit.
Despite a return to stability within the Empire, the Alliance must stand ready to provide assistance in the rebuilding effort here.
Okay, this actually upsets me. My line of dialogue is, word for word, I agree, the Alliance must not turn their backs on the Klingons, even though we've been doing that for the entire story arc.
We cannot afford another Jempak. The tragedy of Kithmer, or worse, could happen again. Especially if such a tyrant turned their eyes on the Federation or the Republic. Even the Dominion could be threatened by such a ruler.
Ugh. Also, yeah, we just went from total civil war and a massive power gap, including a huge number of the houses going off to do their own thing, and the entire Empire fracturing to, yeah, no, we're cool, because Awesome Lady took over, and she's so awesome. And this is why Laurel is a negative in addition to Je'ula, because Laurel is just Je'ula 2.0. She's just as much of a Mary Sue, and she's just as much of a character that just walks in and wins, and everyone loves and respects and venerates for no reason. Or no good reason, anyways.
When I was living a hermit's life on Nimbus 3, I thought I had seen it all. On that, I was greatly mistaken. Civil war within the Empire, the return of Laurel, even a battle with giant cybernetic reptile.
Of all the things to bring up, the T-Rex fight. Also, man, the virus. God, that virus was just so amazing, wasn't it?
Yes, but in the end, he was too clever for his own good. Dealing with his tricks gave me insight on his computer security. With that knowledge, I was able to trap him on Kronos, where he was dealt with once and for all.
Why?
Well done, by the way.
Why are you telling me about the final boss fight that I just fought? I literally just fought that fight.
I, for one, do not recommend running from a wave of mycelial destruction, no matter what age you are. It is not a pleasant experience, I can assure you.
I'm glad you're still alive, Martok.
Indeed. Grethor holds a number of fools who thought they would be the end of me. There are two, in particular, I'm glad to be rid of on this day.
Who would those be?
Yes, though I am pleased that their deaths led to Gowron's release from Grethor. Now he resides with Kalis in Stovakor, and I have no doubt Fek'lhr is glad to be rid of him. That wild-eyed schemer was probably well on his way to taking charge of the place when he was released.
There's a thought. Gowron just running Grethor. Hi, most amazing, wonderful, incredible, fantastic character who everyone loves and adores.
Much has changed since my first time as Chancellor, and much has remained the same. I am already besieged with requests and calls for favor from many houses, great and small. Fortunately, I shall have the assistance of the latest torchbearer as we move forward and restore the Empire.
Oh my god.
Indeed. As other torchbearers before me, it will be my role to act as an advisor to the Chancellor. And, if necessary, to get my hands dirty where she cannot. It is my intention to serve her and the Empire to the best of my ability.
In case you missed that, the two leaders of the Empire are Je'ula and Laurel. The more you think about that sentence, the worse it gets.
In my time here, we have been adversaries and allies. It has been a strange journey for us both. Without you, the Empire would have been lost. For your role in the conflict, you have my respect and my thanks.
So are you gonna go to war with the Federation like you said you would? No? Are we done?
The event has concluded. You may beam back to your ship at your leisure.
Thanks.
Once more, I stand for the Empire as its Chancellor. It is a singular honor, and I will lead by example in the days to come. There is much to be done, but we will meet every challenge and emerge victorious, for we are Klingon! Klingon Mach Tach Judge! You have been an honorable ally, and your name will be remembered in songs and tales forevermore. Glory to you and your house. Kapla!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the worst story arc in this entire game. And the end of the STO run. Hang on. We gotta do a couple of tiny little things here really quick. But, oh my god, that was worse than I remembered. And that's always sad when something's worse than I remembered, right? That doesn't actually happen all that often. That's a semi-infrequent event. Oh. So for those of you who don't care about the final score, tomorrow we'll be playing Hades. I'm going to do a little math really quick, but I want you to write down or remember a number. Could you do that for me, please? That number is... Give me a second here. That doesn't look right. Oh, that's why. Okay. 113.69. Now, let's do a little math. Hopefully never warp core. Not much for meme numbers. I'm apparently muted. I was just responding to the afterlife comments. Don't mind me. So hang on, let's update some stuff over here. Because, like, they could have taken the afterlife concept and ran with it, is what I was saying. Like, who crafted the afterlife? How does it exist? Why does it exist? How do they know who's actually honorable? Are the rules as we know them correct? Or have we been getting... Like, another thing you could do is maybe the afterlife exists, but maybe the rules for getting in are actually wrong. Like, maybe there's different ways the afterlife functions than they think, and so everyone's been going to the wrong place, or the wrong place, because they weren't sure of how the rules worked, etc., etc. There's a lot of stuff you can do with that, but instead they just kind of go like, "Neat, we're good." Oof. Oh yeah, this is gonna tank this score hard. Oh Jesus. Oh yeah, maybe there's one shared afterlife. That's a good question. Oh yeah, that's not great. I mean, it's not okay. It's not actually going to take it that far, but that's pulling it down quite a bit. Yeah, you need to be a pacifist. Oh crap. So the final ratio, or I guess percentage, whatever, of story positives, 67%, much lower than our original, which was 80 something. Gameplay positives are at 45%, aka below 50. Can I get a drum roll, please? That actually doesn't lower it as much as I was thinking it was going to. What was the number I asked you to remember? $113. The final golden number for Star Trek Online as of this moment is 93.89, dragging it down below the 100 line, which is nah, better than I thought it was going to be, although I kind of stand by that, honestly. That's still actually a pretty good game. And that makes sense. There's still a lot of good game there. No, I have not Lord Blassington, and I probably never will at this point. So let's see who actually got closest. Really quick here. So that's 93.89. Mr. Red was pretty close. Mr. Red is actually the closest. Is that game on the list, Bolt Gun? I'm not sure I've heard of that game. Okay, if it's on the list, I'll believe you. I don't know what that is. That's actually... So, okay, let's talk about this. Let's just take a minute. I know I'm supposed to cut off, but honestly, I just want to take a moment here. I'm a little surprised at how high that score is, but it also makes perfect sense to me. Really. Because at the end of the day, for all its nonsense, its drivel, and its crap, of which there's quite a bit, this is still a game I really enjoy playing, and I've been enjoying this playthrough. The only parts I didn't enjoy, really, was the early stuff. The stuff that was dregs and waste of my time crap. Once we hit the Solonai arc, it was pretty much good from that point onwards. Maybe good isn't the right word. It was smooth from that point onwards. And I think that's STO in a nutshell. I mean, honestly, that's most MMOs in a nutshell, isn't it? You have to get to the good part, and once you do, yay! Congratulations, you made it. You made it to the good part. Hang on, someone asked a valid question. So let's look something up here really quick, shall we? So everything up to the Gamma arc got, one moment, 140 story positives. There were then 8 story positives to the arc we just did. Now, when I say arc, I want to be very clear about this for 1 second. Whoops, wrong button. When I say arc, I mean Age of Discovery, Ja'ula's Discovery, and Klingon Civil War. All 3 of these are 1 story arc, right? So, all this is 140 story positives. These 3 are 8. Now, hang on. Let's look at the negative side of things. So, all of these earned 32 negatives to story. Which means this 1 story arc earned 30. No, that's not right. 40, sorry. 40 negatives to story. So let me say that again in case I'm being unclear about my numbers. The rest of the game is 32 negatives to story. This last arc is 40. This is why I was hesitating to call this like the BFA or the Shadowlands or whatever of World of Warcraft. Because to continue the WoW equivalents. Because I honestly don't think there's a WoW equivalent to this nonsense. For whatever crap and junk we can throw at both BFA and Shadowlands, I don't think they're going to have anywhere near that kind of a ratio. To put that into very clear perspective, that was 8 story positives and 40 story negatives for this arc. So if we were just reviewing that arc, that's negative 32 to story. Have we ever had a negative 32 to story? Let's look at this up really quick. Have we ever gone that down? And something had to have somewhere, right? Surely. Hang on. There's a negative 21. Nope. We've never gone that bad on story before. Drakengard was negative 12. Yeah. Now, this story arc, which is just started this year and is ongoing, is better. Let's be clear about this for a moment. So that's good. And I look forward to covering it whenever we get there. But my god. Oh yeah, gameplay-wise. So now, ironically, to switch this around a little bit, to just to talk about this. Gameplay-wise, hang on a second. Eight of the 85 gameplay positives were for the recent arc, for the Klingon arc. And negative-wise, hang on. 4 of the 102 gameplay negatives were. Now, if you're paying attention, what that means is the ratio of bad to good, or good to bad, however you want to think of that is, was getting better in this arc. So of all the many things I could spit at this thing, which I absolutely can, and no, I did not work for. I did call it a wash, though. Of all the things I could say about this arc, at least the gameplay was actually getting better. And I do stand by that. And replaying it really made that codified for me. It was clear they were starting to just get there, right? I hesitate to call it just a universally good game, but it's obvious they were improving, and it showed. But, my god. This has been a hell of a run. It's been kind of wearying a little bit, but it's been fun, it's been interesting, it's been engaging, and I think I'm happy with it. I look forward to someday actually covering the rest of STO, to seeing the Terran arc finish, and then go through the Terran arc. I'm tired. I'll see you around. Or should I say Kapla? For I am the brother of Takuvma!